consumers in taking their products to market by providing them with an efficient means of refrigerating their products and making sure that the products are able to be taken to market without resort to other means such as smoking, which are perhaps not climate friendly and not energy efficient.
With the technical assistance of GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation
operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area will bring. The session is also expected to identify key priority actions to be implemented by all certain stakeholders in order to accelerate the realization of such. In conclusion, I would like to thank the moderator and the speakers for accepting to participate in this panel despite your busy engagements. I also would like to recognize the support that your respective organizations continue to provide to accelerate the implementation of the certain and the sustainable development of air transport in Africa. I wish you fruitful and productive discussion. I thank you.
Thank you, Acting Director. So I'll give the floor to the moderator to proceed. Thank you. Okay, kindly proceed. Can you kindly check the issue of the sound? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you and welcome to our session on the single African air transport market and the opportunity that it presents for a better integrated Africa. Even before the COVID-19 crisis, connectivity in Africa posed both a challenge and an opportunity. And since COVID is now with us and is endemic, connectivity across Africa, especially by air, remains a great opportunity for Africa to seize upon, and it is vital to the recovery and sustainability of African economies. Why is connectivity so important? Because there is a virtuous circle of connectivity and economic performance. And aviation plays key roles in providing connectivity, open borders, with a robust regulatory framework, a favorable cost environment, and supporting infrastructure, which is one of the reasons we're here today, the key theme on this Pida. And of course, all of these things need to lead to economic stimulus, trade, investment, tourism, innovation, research and development, and a better business climate and employment. My name is Kicc, and I'm here to share with you a study that we have done on the benefits of the single African air transport market. The African Union Strategic Project on that
Okay. Apologies for cutting off. The Commissioner wanted to make few remarks before he proceeds.
Okay.
But I could not miss this very important session, knowing one, the importance of connectivity, especially air transport, and second, also aware of the situation that our air transport is undergoing, especially under COVID. Allow me first to thank everyone who is present, whether in person or online, to thank the organizers of this important session and assure everyone of the African Union Commission's support and strong advocacy for interconnection in Africa, for our airlines, and for the whole air transport industry in Africa. Over the last few years, we made great progress when it comes to the continent benefits from connectivity through air transport within Africa, linking our regions transcontinentally, provide services for people and goods, lower the prices, and have more interconnections. I'm happy to say that since its launch, the launch of SATAM, this market grew from 18 countries to 35 countries, with more than 800 million Africans in this market. But this is not enough. We need to be all of us in this market. So we still have 20 more countries to join, and we should all together make sure that we achieve this goal. I thank the partners and the stakeholders who are working with us in this journey. IATA, ICAO, but also to recognize the excellent work that has been done by AFRAC and the strong advocacy of AFRAC to the airlines and of course our African Development Bank, who has been supporting many of the activities that we are doing. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this is one journey that we have to see happen and happen fast. I know that we will be discussing recovery and resilience of our air transport in this session. This happens also with strong airlines, and want to make sure that when we recover, we know exactly what we're recovering into, and to make sure that we avoid the pitfalls and or at least rethink our industry on the basis of technologies, cost effectiveness, and many other aspects that we need to look into. So let us recover also on good grounds and not to repeat whatever weaknesses that we have had before the pandemic. That is my plea to all of you. Fast track the SATAM, ensure that we have strong air transport that benefits from technologies, rethink our priorities, ensure that our recovery is on good basis, that one that is fit for the 21st and why not the 22nd century as well. So with that, I wish you good deliberations and excellent session, and I thank you.
Dear moderator, can you proceed? Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Commissioner, for the support. Can you hear me? Hello, Funke.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay. So it's fitting that the Commissioner has just provided her remarks, because we are just sharing with you the screen that highlights the pilot projects under the EU Agenda 2063, three of which are significant in terms of integrating and connecting Africa. The first is the single African air transport market, the second is the African continental free trade area, and the third is the movement protocol for people and goods moving across Africa. So my name is Funke Adeyemi, and I'm the Regional Director for External Affairs and Sustainability for Africa with IATA International Air Transport Association, and I'll be sharing with you some of the highlights of the study commissioned by the African Union to look at the benefits of implementing the single African air transport market and why economies across Africa will benefit from this. One of the things we looked at was the regulatory framework for the single African air transport market, particularly the bilateral air service agreement between states in Africa, signed in order to provide market access and other freedoms of the air between each other. This analysis was quite robust, looking at over 600 bilateral air service back to being compliant with YB and 51% being non-compliant. What does compliance with YB mean? It's simply that the provisions of those bilateral air service agreements make reference and provide for the freedoms of the air, particularly the fifth freedom, as well as other provisions of bearing on capacity of frequency and so on. The most widely compliant countries are these five you see on your screen: Cape Verde, Mozambique, Mali, Senegal, Cameroon, and we have a few other countries that have a lot of room for improvement. One of the key messages also from the analysis of the classes is that there were two overarching themes that emerged. One is that across Africa, still seems that aviation is not considered an accelerator and catalyst for socioeconomic development, but rather still a luxury. And therefore, many countries across the continent have yet to prioritize development of supporting infrastructure and regulatory and policy framework to ensure full implementation of the SATA. And there's also another thing that was found in the study through all of the analysis done from both states and airlines, that there still appears to be a policy of survival based on protectionism. Some of the key recommendations that came from the study are a combination of administrative and policy issues. Of course, safety remains a top priority. Another is that tax
recovery of the air transport industry after COVID-19. We have recommendations from the wonderful
promote private investment in Africa, including in infrastructure. Through increased infrastructure investment, the CWA contributes to building businesses, growing economies, creating jobs, changing communities, and enhancing livelihoods. Under the CWA, member countries, of which there are currently 12, benefit from the support of development partners, finance institutions, and international organizations to access private investment for infrastructure projects at the local, national, and regional levels. The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, through the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is also known as Pida, identified several potential projects in CWA countries. Recognizing the pivotal role played by MSMEs in infrastructure development, and that MSMEs often lack the requisite support to attract private sector investment, NEPAD focused on MSME-driven projects.
The African Union Development Agency has been working with GIZ on an initiative called the Pida Compact with Africa initiative, specifically aimed at demonstrating how a large-scale framework such as Pida could accommodate the participation of small to medium enterprises in delivering infrastructure across the continent. We're very pleased to have identified Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire, which is working to support small-scale fish without having to resort to other means such as smoking, which are perhaps not climate friendly and not energy efficient.
With the technical assistance of GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, NEPAD competitively selected Cool Lion in Côte d'Ivoire as the pilot project for Pida CWA. By supporting Cool Lion, the Pida CWA aims to demonstrate the value of private sector investment into infrastructure-related MSMEs to generate local employment. MSMEs are key drivers of local socio-economic growth and infrastructure delivery. The Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire is a small-scale MSME-driven project which will have a positive social and economic impact in the target communities. Cool Lion is an Ivorian-designed and assembled range of smart solar-powered refrigerated containers which aim to improve the health of vendors and boost their place in the agricultural and fishing industry's value chain. Small-scale agriculture and fishing make up a significant proportion of the Ivorian economy. Small-scale activities in these two sectors provide food, create jobs, and boost trade.
In Côte d'Ivoire, the fishing industry is locally driven by women. UNESCO-FEPSI, the National Women's Association of Fishmongering, prominently encourages and supports trade within Côte d'Ivoire for fishmongers.
Cool Lion's human-centered product designs were done in collaboration with UNESCO-FEPSI. Cool Lion co-created these robust, containerized portable cold rooms, which are an adapted cold chain solution to the quantities of fish and produce that these cooperatives sell. The energy-efficient, low-cost and reliable cold storage facilities, which are designed to suit the local context, are an important solution to the challenges faced by vendors of both horticulture and fishing products.
Vraiment, l'idée de ce projet déjà est une bonne idée parce qu'aujourd'hui, les femmes qui sont dans la pêche artisanale, nous n'avons pas de moyens de conservation. C'est ça qui nous pose beaucoup de problèmes et nous faisons les pertes après capture. Donc, cette idée de conteneurs frigorifiques avec énergie solaire aujourd'hui va résoudre nos problèmes.
Today, fish are preserved in substandard refrigerators or cured by smoking. Preservation by smoking is not only labor-intensive, but it reduces the sellable weight of fish and also has deleterious effects on the fishmonger's health outcomes, leading to numerous respiratory health problems. Cool Lion refrigeration improves the health of the fishmongers and increases their profits. Cool Lion has made these containers available for direct purchase or under an innovative pay-go leasing model with financing given to membership groups. UNESCO-FEPSI helped Cool Lion develop an innovative payment-linked access system to facilitate timely payments. The pay-go model is divided into two layers. First, Cool Line provides refrigerator containers to membership groups under a rent-to-own model. The groups, which may include fishmonger cooperatives, horticulture associations, or even other MSMEs, pay weekly or monthly installments to Cool Line until the cost of the container plus interest is fully paid up. In turn, the membership groups then provide storage space in their containers to individual members under a pay-as-you-store model. Individual vendors rent space within a container to affordably store their stock. To access the containers, vendors pay rental to the membership group on a daily or weekly basis via mobile money transfer.
Africa, therefore, needs to continue to pursue its connectivity goals as recommended in the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa. Today's session is therefore timely and will address the role of digital infrastructure in stimulating fast and sustainable recovery from COVID-19. Investment in digital infrastructure is a key factor to drive job creation, regional integration, and inclusive African digital society and economy. Distinguished participants, the 35th AU Summit recognized the importance of accelerating Africa's quality digital infrastructure development and the need to invest in digital infrastructure to stimulate economic activity, link producers to markets, increase intra-African trade, and accelerate growth and regional integration, as well as the need for the creation of an environment conducive to the development of public-private partnership for the implementation of Pida project. It is understandable that the investment needed to reach universal connectivity is huge. Collective efforts would therefore be needed to scale direct investments towards digital infrastructure deployment and inclusive ecosystems that support SMEs, women and youth to be the key drivers for digital innovation, job creation, and sustainable development as outlined in the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa in line with Agenda 2063. The private sector has a key role to play in prioritizing long-term investment, and Pida PAP2 provides an important opportunity for the private sector to invest through the approved 11 ICT projects that are estimated at over $5 billion US. At the AU Commission, we will continue to engage all our partners to implement the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa and Pida with key priorities including both the soft and hard infrastructure. To conclude, I would like to thank the session organizers and also recognize the support that your respective organizations continue to provide to accelerate the implementation of Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa as well as Pida. I wish you fruitful and productive sessions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur. Je voudrais merci surtout de nous rappeler que le développement des infrastructures, et en particulier le développement des infrastructures numériques, constitue une des priorités conformément à la dernière conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine. Je voudrais à présent saluer la présence de Madame la Commissaire aux infrastructures et à l'énergie qui vient de nous rejoindre. Certainement, en dépit de son calendrier assez chargé, elle voudrait dire un mot avant que nous poursuivions notre discussion. Excellence, à vous la parole. Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, Christian, and let me first start by thanking the distinguished panel for having me and the distinguished participants for joining us in this important session. And I say important, it's absolutely important. We started our journey for the digital transformation strategy in Africa maybe in 2019 to be approved in 2020. And the purpose was to have a strategy that transform categorically, the continent in ways that are novel and on new basis. And basis that also recognize the differences in the development of digitalization across the continent but also that lead us to work together towards a common goal. Digitalization provides the continent with an unprecedented opportunity to leapfrog, and the term is not overused or anything, really to leapfrog. And here we are in Kenya, in a country that taught the whole world what is the meaning of leapfrogging in so many sectors. So I would like to particularly thank the government and people of Kenya for availing the ecosystems, the possibility, and adopting this fantastic technology in so many ways, experiences for the whole world to emulate and to learn from. Came COVID, re-emphasized the importance of digitalization. We are all running with and living with digital technologies, from our QR codes to our Zoom meetings, our food ordering, whatever the aspect is, definitely digital is at the heart of it. And despite the tragedies that have been created or left behind by COVID, it proved to us yet again, and in a very strong manner, the importance of accelerating digitalization of all sectors. Of course, we want to do that in a safe and secure manner. That is why we are emphasizing, as we are going forward now, the digitalization of the different sectors, again, across the continent in a harmonized manner, whether they are education, whether it's health, whether it's trade and e-commerce, whether it's agriculture. And in addition, what is beautiful about this technology, that while doing so, we are also contributing to the climate agenda. So whatever we look at it, it's a fantastic and a very powerful technology that we need to take and implement together through in a differentiated way, but together in order to create, again, this African single digital market that allows for the continent, as I said, to leapfrog. And this is the effort we are trying to do through the African Union with our partners and all our stakeholders together. Let us remind ourselves that digital also runs on energy. So the two are very much interlinked. So when we say digital, we should also make sure that we have the energy connections. And that's why also in the Pida program, we included the ICT, but also we are emphasizing energy, and we launched the African Digital Electricity Market. I do not wish to take a long time from the time of the panel, but you would have to forgive me. I was in a previous session that ran a little bit late, but I wanted to assure everyone of our commitment to digitalization across the continent, to make sure that our sectors adopt smart models, and also to re-emphasize the fact that we, in selecting the Pida projects in the Pida program, this second phase of the Pida program, we made sure, or we highlighted the criteria SMART as one important criteria for the selection of these projects, in order to give them the chance to not only cater for the present, but to cater for our future and the future of our children. And I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Dr Amani Abou Zeid, commissaire aux infrastructures et à l'énergie, pour vos mots d'encouragement et surtout pour nous avoir rappelé tout le travail qui a été fait depuis 2019 sous votre direction en matière de transformation numérique du continent, mais aussi en matière de développement de l'énergie, l'accès à l'énergie pour tous, parce qu'il ne peut pas y avoir de digitalisation sans énergie. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais à présent donner la parole au directeur des infrastructures de l'Agence de développement de l'Union africaine, M. Amin. À vous la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Christian. En fait, je ne suis pas directeur des infrastructures, mais plutôt directeur des programmes. Mais, évidemment, il y a des infrastructures dans les programmes. Excellence, Madame la Commissaire, Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs les participants, chers panélistes, je vous dis bonjour. En fait, quand il s'agit de parler du numérique en Afrique aujourd'hui, spécialement après le Covid, nous nous sommes rendus compte durant la pandémie du Covid à quel point l'utilisation du numérique peut nous aider à résoudre des problèmes qui sont inattendus pour nous. Pendant cette pandémie, nous nous sommes tous retrouvés à la maison, nos enfants ne partaient plus à l'école, nos administrations ne fonctionnaient plus tout à fait, mais heureusement, parce qu'il y a eu des solutions numériques, nous avons pu continuer à opérer et puis à travailler. Donc c'est pour vous dire à quel point le numérique est important. Et parce que le numérique est important, au niveau de l'Union africaine, sous le leadership de la Commission d'abord, et puis dans notre agence, nous nous sommes engagés sur 4 projets pilotes qui vont devoir nous permettre en fait de mieux structurer nos interventions pour le développement du numérique en Afrique. D'abord, au niveau des affaires. En 2020 et pendant la pandémie, nous avons lancé le programme de soutien communément appelé 100,000 MSMEs. Donc, ce programme de soutien qui consiste à soutenir 1,5 million de micro, de petites et de moyennes entreprises en Afrique chaque année est entièrement numérique. Toutes les solutions que nous apportons aux entrepreneurs africains et aux entrepreneurs africaines sont numériques. Et il y a 4 solutions. Des solutions en matière de formation et de structuration, d'une part, des solutions en matière de facilitation à l'accès au financement, des solutions en matière d'accès au marché et finalement des solutions aussi en matière de protection sociale. Pendant la pandémie, nous nous étions rendus compte que nous ne pourrions pas déployer ces solutions aux micro et aux petites et moyennes entreprises en Afrique. Et la seule manière de pouvoir procéder et de pouvoir procéder vite et bien était d'utiliser le numérique. Nous avons donc investi très rapidement dans des solutions intelligentes avec nos partenaires pour pouvoir déployer les solutions en matière de formation. Et pendant ce moment, nous nous étions rendus compte d'ailleurs que sur les 100 millions de micro, de petites et de moyennes entreprises qui existent sur le continent, une bonne partie d'entre elles qui opèrent dans le milieu rural, c'est-à-dire il n'y a que 27% de ces entreprises qui opèrent dans le milieu rural qui pouvaient avoir accès à des solutions numériques. Donc il y a un problème, il y a vraiment un problème d'accès. Nous nous sommes aussi rendus compte que même celles qui sont en milieu urbain ne pouvaient pas toujours accéder à nos solutions numériques à cause justement des problèmes d'analphabétisme, des problèmes d'éducation, mais aussi des problèmes qui sont liés à la qualité des infrastructures au niveau national. Et donc, en même temps, on était capable de déployer des solutions, mais on ne pouvait pas atteindre tout le monde, tout simplement parce que nos infrastructures ne sont pas tout à fait au point, d'une part, mais aussi à cause justement des problèmes d'éducation. Je reviendrai sur ça tout à l'heure. Une des deuxièmes solutions aussi que nous avons mises en place avec évidemment le leadership de la Commission de l'Union africaine, c'est nos investissements dans la cybersécurité. Si nous voulons développer le e-commerce en Afrique, si nous voulons utiliser le numérique pour créer des emplois, si nous voulons aussi numériser nos administrations publiques, numériser nos systèmes de gouvernance, il est important finalement d'investir dans la cybersécurité. Or, après les évaluations que nous avons conduites, nous nous sommes rendus compte que la question de la cybersécurité ne semble pas être une question prioritaire pour nos États. Elle n'est même pas aussi une question prioritaire pour la plupart de nos entreprises. Pourquoi? Parce qu'elles ne sont pas suffisamment sensibilisées à ce problème. Donc, nous avons décidé au niveau de l'ONEPAD d'investir beaucoup plus stratégiquement dans l'élaboration des solutions en matière de cybersécurité, et ceci passe d'abord par l'adoption de politique publique au niveau continental, de politique publique au niveau régional et au niveau national, mais aussi de politique publique qui puisse être harmonisée en matière de cybersécurité. Et ça passe aussi par l'augmentation des capacités humaines dans ce domaine. Évidemment, Madame la Commissaire a parlé tout à l'heure de l'accès à l'énergie. Sans accès à l'énergie, il est impossible d'avoir des infrastructures qui soient efficientes et qui soient résilientes en matière de technologie de communication et d'information, en matière de technologie numérique tout court. Et dans ce sens, le programme Pida, le programme pour le développement des infrastructures en Afrique, avec sa soixantaine de projets, et une bonne partie de ces projets sont dédiés à l'accès à l'énergie. Pour pouvoir le faire, au Danepad, encore une fois, avec le leadership de la Commission de l'Union africaine et nos partenaires, nous sommes engagés dans la définition de ce qu'on appelle le Continental Master Plan. D'accord. Donc, la définition du Continental Master Plan, donc, qui est le programme Continental Master Plan pour l'électrification du continent. Donc c'est important, nous investissons dans l'énergie, la génération de l'énergie, mais aussi dans la distribution de l'énergie. Et ces deux domaines, l'énergie en soi, elle est clé, elle est critique si nous voulons aussi avoir des infrastructures de communication, des infrastructures de télécommunication qui soient résilientes. C'est important. Et puis finalement, je l'avais indiqué tout à l'heure, l'éducation, la formation sont clés. Donc si l'Afrique veut veut être en fait maître de son destin en matière de numérisation, il est important que dans nos politiques publiques au niveau national, au niveau régional, mais aussi au niveau continental, nous mettions un accent particulier, un poids important dans l'éducation. L'éducation à la science, l'éducation à la technologie. Aujourd'hui, en Afrique, dans la plupart de nos pays, nous n'investissons pas suffisamment dans l'apprentissage des mathématiques, dans l'apprentissage des sciences. Or, sans apprentissage des mathématiques, sans apprentissage des sciences, sans investissement dans la formation de base en matière scientifique et technologique, je ne pense pas, et nous ne pensons pas, au sein de cette organisation, au Danepad, mais aussi à l'Union africaine, que nous pourrions effectivement devenir autonomes et indépendants en matière de digital, en matière de numérique. Et donc, voilà pourquoi un de nos programmes phares aussi à l'Odanepad consiste justement à investir davantage, encourager l'investissement national dans l'acquisition des connaissances. Et finalement, pour finir, tout à l'heure, Christian disait que le secteur privé est clé, le secteur privé va jouer un rôle important. En fait, c'est le secteur privé qui doit être mis en avant, parce que toutes les innovations dans ce domaine ne peuvent venir que du secteur privé. Et le rôle des gouvernements, le rôle aussi de l'Union africaine, le rôle des agences comme la nôtre, les agences de développement, c'est de créer les conditions nécessaires, les conditions en matière de gouvernance, les conditions en matière de facilitation, les conditions en matière d'accès au financement et les conditions en matière de développement des ressources humaines qui sont indispensables pour que le secteur privé puisse effectivement jouer ce rôle. Et c'est le secteur privé qui va jouer le rôle le plus important dans ce processus. Donc je vais arrêter ici pour le moment et je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté avec attention. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur le directeur des programmes, c'est nous qui vous remercions. Merci surtout d'avoir partagé avec nous les programmes clés que l'Agence de développement de l'Union développe, notamment en matière d'éducation, cybersécurité, et ceci pour prouver la synergie entre l'Agence de développement et la Commission qui, comme la commissaire l'a signalé dans son propos, travaille à mettre en œuvre donc des stratégies sectorielles, notamment pour l'éducation, pour la santé, le commerce électronique. Et il y a également la stratégie de de cybersécurité qui est en route et nous espérons qu'elle sera finalisée bientôt. Alors merci encore une fois. Alors je voudrais donc maintenant vous proposer que nous passions, j'allais dire, au moment clé de notre discussion, à savoir entendre nos panélistes sur cette question importante, mais je m'en voudrais de ne pas vous les présenter dans un premier temps. Et je voudrais commencer par les deux dames qui nous encadrent si bien. Il s'agit de Madame Lanka Dorbi, elle est directrice en charge des TIC à Comesa. Je vous demande de l'applaudir très fort. Nous avons également Madame Onika Makwakwa de World Wide Web Foundation à ma gauche. Merci de l'applaudir. Et mon voisin n'est d'autre que M. Wilgon Bertol du secrétariat de Smart Africa. Vos applaudissements pour lui. Alors, en principe, nous avions deux intervenants en ligne. Un collègue de la Commission européenne, M. Pida Marien, et un collègue de Huawei, pour donner aussi l'aperçu du secteur privé, comme le directeur de programme en parlait, mais compte tenu des changements intervenus à la dernière minute, je ne suis pas sûr qu'ils sont en ligne. Donc, nous allons composer avec ceux qui sont avec nous, et nous avons la chance d'avoir deux braves dames, et avec le soutien de mon frère, mon voisin. Alors, la première partie des questions, c'est pour tous nos trois panélistes, à savoir que nous souhaiterions qu'ils partagent avec nous l'impact du déficit des infrastructures numériques pendant et après cette crise de la pandémie Covid-19 que nous vivons, et quels sont les gaps, et s'ils peuvent nous traduire en même temps quelles sont leurs propositions pour sortir de cette situation en résolvant notamment, en contribuant à la réduction donc de la fracture numérique. Et je voudrais commencer par Madame de droite, Madame la directrice Lanka Dorbi. Quel est votre point de vue sur ces questions?
Thank you, Christian. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I have so much to talk about this topic, but because I have been given some very short time frames, so just to utilize the time wisely, I have jotted the main points and I'll read them to you. COVID pandemic hit the world unannounced. As a continent, we were not ready for this pandemic, just as the rest of the world. Our focus as a continent was on provision of basic human needs, such as access to health, access to education, poverty alleviation, improvement of trade, to name a few. Little that we thought of a pandemic that will make us limit our movements, making about social distancing. Some of us could not go to work. Our young could not go to school. We could not have access to health as our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. Many could not have access to jobs as many workers were made redundant in order for businesses to avoid closure. Borders were closed, tourism on halt mode. Many tourism-dependent countries were badly hit. Trade among countries were minimal. What a catastrophe it was, and it still continues to some extent. The key sectors of economies of most African countries had come to a halt. On the other hand, if we were ready as a continent with digital services for most key sectors, we would have avoided this catastrophe to a certain extent. Don't you think so? If we as a continent was ready with virtual schools to teach our young, if we were ready with telemedicine clinics in our communities to get access to health, if we had a means of working from home, if our public services were designed in a way that would require minimal human interaction, our countries would still would have functioned with minimal disruption. What prevented us as a continent in doing so? In my opinion, as a continent, we were not adequately ready in rolling out aggressive continental strategy to boost digital services and digital infrastructure, to have access to vital services, leaving no one behind. Having access to digital services in urban areas only will not solve this matter, but by taking the digital service to the last mile where it is needed the most. This can only be done by making digital infrastructure a priority to the last mile. Having access to digital services and internet access in our remote areas must not be a luxury, but it must be treated rather a utility. It's an everyday need nowadays. If we were ready as a continent, we would have faced the pandemic well, in my opinion. To conclude this short session, I would like to thank the organizers of this session. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, Madame de Worldwide Web Foundation, quelle est votre lecture de cette situation? À vous la parole.
Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to contribute to this very important conversation. I think we all agree that COVID posed a real challenge to our communities because of the fact that we were not readily equipped to move to digitized lives as the COVID pandemic demanded. However, it's also quite important for us to recognize that it also highlighted our digital inequalities quite starkly. And I say that following a report that was issued by UNICEF in the middle of 2021, noting that over 40% of children in East and Southern Africa were out of school because they were not able to follow their children learning online. That represents about 70 million children in just 2 sub-regions within the continent. And obviously much more if we look at the continent as its full entirety. So no doubt that there were challenges largely because of our inability to have connected all of our citizens and not having reached universal access for everyone. In terms of where we need to go and what we are doing, I am the head of Africa for the Alliance for Affordable Internet, which is an initiative of the World Wide Web Foundation. One of the things we are doing today at Mobile World Congress is to release our Meaningful Connectivity Report, where we have been studying what it means to be meaningfully connected. I think the lesson we are taking from COVID is that it's no longer sufficient to just be connected. It is about how we are meaningfully connected to the internet. Because as you can imagine, there's quite a number of people who have access to the internet, but we're not able to do everything that they go about doing every day with the limited connectivity that they have. Just to give you a snippet in terms of what the highlights of the meaningful connectivity essence is about. It's about ensuring a fast connection. It is about ensuring a fast connection for everyone, recommending a minimum speed of 4G to be able to make sure that all of us are able to work and attend school and access medical information at a speed that makes it meaningful to be online. We need to get beyond connecting people just for social media or just for greetings, but we need to make sure that even the speed that we are connecting them to is actually one that enables them to enjoy the digital dividends that we've been talking about. The second item is making sure that they have an appropriate device. Minimum smartphone device, and then comes the issue of affordability, especially in this region where some households are still spending up to 40% of average monthly income just to purchase a phone that can, a device that can enable children to learn. But later on, I think we must interrogate this notion of being a mobile-only continent, right? Mobile first was wonderful in helping us to leapfrog, but mobile only showed us flames during COVID because children just could not get the full value of learning completely through just simply a smartphone. And having access to enough data, unlimited ideally, a broadband connection either at home, at school, or at work. It's no longer enough for us to just give limited bundles just to be on specific platforms per day. We need to have a population that is meaningfully connected with sufficient data and adequate speeds. And lastly, a regular internet access on a daily basis. At the moment, the measurement for the population that's online is based on accessing the internet once every 3 months. No longer relevant. I think during COVID, we needed to have access to the internet every day, all the time, throughout. So having internet access on a daily basis, whether it's from work or from home or from school, we need to begin to move towards adopting a standard of affordability and meaningful connectivity so that we are not just stopping at connectivity, but thinking about what comes beyond the connectivity so we get full value of these investments that we want to make in making sure everyone is connected. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je retiens qu'il ne s'agit pas d'être connecté pour être connecté, mais il faut que nous sachions ce que nous voulons faire, produire et offrir au-delà de la simple connexion pour permettre à tout le monde de travailler convenablement, d'avoir accès aux services requis. Alors, je voudrais maintenant, sur cette question, entendre de la part du secrétariat de Smart Africa, quelle est votre lecture et que pensez-vous, comment voyez-vous l'infrastructure numérique qui doit nous permettre donc de sortir de façon durable de cette crise?
Okay, thank you very much, Christian. Thank you, dear panelists. And in the contribution of this digital infra gap with regard to the COVID pandemic, I think that COVID-19 has just revealed things that were hidden within the continents, because things that we are seeing now, the gap that we are facing now is not new. It was an existing gap, but maybe we did not have the opportunity to be in front of that gap. Now that we have faced COVID has shown really the gap that we are facing within the continents. This is the first item. And secondly, also we need to differentiate, because Africa needs for 54 or plus countries, so it will not be obvious to address the digital gap issue of Africa as a whole. I think we need to go in the details. The details means a mapping needs to be done in order to identify the need of each country. Because we have 3 different gaps in terms of infrastructure. We have the coverage, we have the adoption, and we have the accessibility or affordability. So it means that we don't have the same level of maturity in every African countries. Each of individual African countries has its own specificity. So we cannot bring one solution for all African countries. Solution must be tailored based on the need of the country, based on the level of the gap of the country. If we take the level of coverage, for instance, we know that in Africa we have many unconnected people. So we need to connect those unconnected, but addressing the issue of the unconnected people in Africa, we are not going to bring the same solution like for the adoption. It means that we need to see how we can put partnership between private and public sector to work and try to reach those locations where we know that the ARPU are low. We also know that more the ARPU is low, more the investor, the private sector will not invest there. Because where they invest in a location, they are expecting to have a return of investments. And when they face a location where the ARPU is low, most of the time, those private sector will not be quick to invest in those locations. So we need to see how to partner between public and private sector in a PPP model, for instance, to reach those landlocked locations where the ARPU is low and where the investment is needed in order to connect those unconnected. And then, having that coverage, we'll see how we can work with those locations. And then, if we come to the adoption, with regard to the adoption, there are locations where we have connectivity, we have digital infrastructure existing, but it's not adopted. Why it's not adopted? Because also sometimes we don't have digital literacy. People can have connectivity, but they don't know how to use it. So we also need to work on the capacity building. Capacity building is a key in order to bring the adoption of the digital ecosystem in the continents. After doing that capacity building, we also need to see the content. Because most of the content we are using, we need to wonder what this content is bringing to Africa. What are we getting from that content? Is it relevant to what we are expecting for Africa to be in the next 10, 5, or 20 years? Or we are just getting the content from outside, and we are just turning around with the same content that is not bringing the education that we are expecting for our children to have. This is on the adoption side. And the last part that I will talk is the affordability or the accessibility. We know that smartphones, in particular, or I can say smart devices in Africa are still expensive. And sometimes it needs 40 or 50% of income to get a smartphone. So with such accessibility that is very difficult to reach, we need to see how the private and also the public, so we will see that most of solutions will come through collaboration between private and public sectors to see how we can work even in taxation of those smart devices to make them more affordable, to see how we can have some model that can facilitate the accessibility of those devices. So I think if we address this digital gap issue in those three main areas, then we will be able to have affordable digital infrastructure in Africa. We'll be able to facilitate doing business in Africa, and then we can create digital youth in Africa, and then we can reach our target of creating jobs in Africa in terms of digital infrastructure. So this is what I can share based on this digital infrastructure.
Merci beaucoup de partager donc votre point de vue sur la question. Vous mettez en évidence la nécessité d'une cartographie, la formation, pour ne citer que cela, entre autres. Mais pendant que vous avez la parole, je voudrais savoir quelles sont les top priorités que vous voyez et quel type d'efforts les différents acteurs en présence peuvent donc mettre ensemble, conjuguer, quel type d'efforts les différents acteurs peuvent conjuguer pour que nous puissions aller de l'avant en termes de synergie.
Thank you very much, Christian. I think digital infrastructure in its own is a broad and large topic. First of all, we need to put in perspective that most of the digital infrastructure that we have are owned by the private sector, that most of them are mobile network operators, or others are infrastructure owners. But when we go to the benefits of that digital ecosystem, the ones that benefit on those digital infrastructure, most of them are not mobile network operators. Most of them are not infrastructure owners. So we need to see how we can also include those digital players that are benefiting in Africa, but that are not mobile network operators. So we need to see how we can involve those digital players, I mean those big players in digitalization, that are getting benefits of the digital infrastructure in Africa. They need to participate. So they need to participate in the financing of those digital infrastructure in different models. It can be through funding, to investment, to partnership, but we cannot believe that digital players acting in Africa, operating in Africa, getting benefits from those digital infrastructure that have been financed by some public sectors of Africa, to have those main players coming in Africa having benefit of those infrastructure without funding or financing or participating in those funding, I think it will be a big mistake. So we need to involve all the players, all the beneficiaries of the digital ecosystem in Africa to participate in the funding, in the financing of the digital infrastructure. This is what I think will be one of the key items that can bring us to bridge this digital gap.
Merci beaucoup. Madame Monica, vous semblez être d'accord avec Bertol. Est-ce que vous pouvez le confirmer et partager davantage comment vous voyez la question en termes de synergie, les priorités, les top priorités?
Absolutely. I fully agree with that sentiment. I think when we look at our ecosystem here, and my colleague here from Smart Africa is a lot more diplomatic than I am, so I'm just going to go on the limb and call out big tech, which benefits tremendously from doing business in the continent, but we have not figured out a way to tax and collect revenue from big technology companies. I will name maybe 3: Google, Facebook, Twitter, and I'm sure you can continue the list and name more. Yet what we are seeing is a tendency to introduce new taxation in the digital space that is facing consumers. And what that does is that it actually also makes the internet more unaffordable for consumers and widens the digital gap. So we need smart taxation to be able to really look at how are we lessening the burden on the consumers in the continent, because the level of taxation that's happening right now will actually sabotage our growth expectations of growing the sector. And I understand that there's a real challenge with revenue as the traditional sources are declining, such as mining, oil revenue, and such. And digital is sort of seen as the emerging new area of revenue generation. But it's really important that we pause for a bit and actually look at how are we smartly taxing the players in the sector in a way that is fair and does not actually increase the digital divides that currently exist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissaire, vous voulez compléter?
Thank you, Christian and the participants. But I tend to look at this in a different angle. Before we go and look for financing, I think we must have the bigger picture defined well for the continent and the regions and individual countries. So I think we must, to transform Africa, we need that clear continental strategy, and then you roll it down to the regional strategy, and then to country-specific strategies. And we also have the action plans. So once we have the action plans and the projects necessary to roll back to our continental strategy, then that will be our document to go and look for funding. Because we need to know what needs to be funded in the first place. Because I think one of our biggest problem is we as a continent, we concentrate in patching different sectors. But I think this patching of different sectors should be put aside, and as a continent, we need to have the clear strategy to transform Africa into the Africa we want, and then the regional strategies, country-specific strategies, and the action plans, and then we go and look for funding. This is my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alors, nous avons la chance, notre collègue de la CEA vient de nous rejoindre. Il était de l'autre côté, malheureusement. Je vais lui demander, nous sommes pressés par le temps, je vais lui demander néanmoins, en quelques 2-3 minutes, s'il peut partager avec nous ce qu'il a entendu en ce qui concerne donc l'impact du Covid-19 et quelles sont les mesures à prendre rapidement pour que nous puissions sortir de cette crise et de façon durable en termes de développement des infrastructures numériques.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for joining you a bit late, because according to the printed program, this session was to be held in the Shimba Hills, and some of us, convened there, not knowing that the venue has actually shifted to Savo. Without much ado, I just want to share with you some highlight on what the Economic Commission for Africa has been doing on digitization. Our life is no longer the same as it was before the pandemic. With the advent of pandemic, we now have the new normal. And the new normal dictates that we need to be efficient, we need to be effective, and we need also to be innovative in the way we conduct our lives. So let me just highlight to you a few areas in which the Economic Commission for Africa has been working on, especially in the transport sector. With the advent of the pandemic, we know that the infection incidence of the COVID-19 was actually accelerated by physical interactions. And I can't think of any other sector where physical interactions is much more conspicuous than in the transport sector, the people moving from one point to another. So, the ECA, the Economic Commission for Africa, has undertaken two major initiatives. One is a case study on the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, where ECA, jointly with the government, have undertaken a mapping of the challenge of the current scenario in the transport logistics sector in the country. So, challenges have been identified, bottlenecks have been identified, and a set of recommendations has been put forward. But one of the major recommendations is actually the automation of the transport logistics sector, with a view to creating a cashless transport, with a view to automating, payment system, ticketing, and so on and so forth. And this will greatly, contribute to the overall supply chain in the transport and logistics sector. Now, at ECA, we take this as a pilot project, the success of which will be extended to other African countries. So an action plan for Ethiopia has been created, and the implementation of that action plan is now underway. So probably in 3 months' time, or probably not more than 6 months' time, an assessment will be made on the implementation of that action plan, and then the success and the lesson learned will now be extended to another select African country. This project will go on until all the member states of the African Union Commission have been approached. That was one aspect of what we have been doing. Now, another aspect was done in the context of the global UN initiative. Globally, the UN has undertaken a survey of the challenges, again, and bottlenecks of the transport and trade connectivity in Africa. Now, ECA has come up with a set of recommendations, the major of which is actually the digitization of trade and transport connectivity across across the African borders. So, custom declaration, for example, and any other information exchange between one country and another, between port and the transporters, will have to be digitized. So, ECA has created a set of training sessions which will be initiated very soon, where innovative transport technologies will be impacted to stakeholders in the transport sector in order to make the trade and transport connectivity more effective, much more effective and much more efficient than it is now. So very soon, some of you will be invited to attend and participate in some of these sessions on innovative technologies for the transport sector. Thank you very much for this short opportunity to introduce to you what the Economic Commission for Africa is doing in the area of digitization, specifically in the logistics and transport sector.
Merci beaucoup à la CEA et nous espérons que ce projet pilote entrepris avec le gouvernement d'Éthiopie servira, comme vous le dites si bien, à l'ensemble des 55 pays de l'Union africaine. Ceci étant, nous allons aborder l'avant-dernière partie de notre discussion, à savoir le point d'achoppement du débat. Comment attirer les investissements pour le développement des infrastructures numériques. Je pense que c'est là le point clé et nous espérons que les panélistes ici présents vont nous faire des propositions concrètes à même donc de nous permettre d'attirer davantage des investissements. Alors, on vient de me signaler qu'il y a 2 panélistes qui sont en ligne. Je vais leur demander de se préparer et pour répondre à la question, donc, comment attirer les investissements pour le développement des infrastructures numériques et quels sont les facteurs clés à réunir pour que cette attraction soit effective. Donc, je vais leur demander de se préparer à répondre à cette question à la suite des 4 panélistes qui sont ici présents. Et je voudrais commencer par la CEA, rapidement parce que nous avons commencé en retard.
Thank you very much, Chairman of this session. Investment in infrastructure development in Africa is quite important. It has always been important. But the problem is, this has been the undertaking of the government. There have been very little involvement of the private sector actors in the infrastructure asset delivery. Now this has to change. The government cannot go it alone because it's not capable, of delivering all the infrastructure we need in Africa, given other attendant, demand, the population expected from government. So we need to be innovative in the private sector of the economy. We need to be innovative in a way, in a manner in which we mobilize the resources. We need to team up with the government. The private sector needs to team up with the public sector in mobilizing resources that we need for infrastructure development in Africa. When we talk of energy asset in Africa, when we talk of infrastructure, transport infrastructure asset in Africa, when we talk of water resources infrastructure in Africa, I mean, we are talking about trillions, of dollars, of the asset we need in order to reach, or rather in order to realize the Africa we want. If you take an example of the African Continental Free Trade Area alone, the impact of this African market is very huge on transport. We need a lot more locomotives. We need a lot more new railway lines. We need a lot more planes in the sky. We need a lot more ships in our harbors. We need to have our harbors and ports expanded in order to meet the demand of the African Continental Free Trade Area. But these will not just, come from above, we not flow from above. We need to actually create them, and we can't create them without, having resources. So, we need to be innovative. We need to crowd in investment from the private sector. Let me just take an example of the railway, because again, railway is very formidable for the realization of the African Continental Free Trade Area to move goods and services from Cape Town to Cairo, from Mombasa to Dakar. We need railway, inevitably. Now, railways are very expensive undertaking, but there are ways, for example, we need to use in order to mobilize the resources. I will take an example of the aviation sector. When you start an aviation business, all you need to do is to have your country go into agreement with aircraft manufacturers, and then there is this dry leasing and wet leasing, and you are ready to go. So you do aviation business, already also at the same time paying for the planes and other facilities you are using. Now, this phenomena, this scenario can be extended to railways. That is, our countries can enter into agreement with railways manufacturers, with rolling stone manufacturers, and then rolling stones will be made available to railway business operators. And the railway business operators will be paying gradually on monthly basis, on quarterly basis, to rolling stock owners or manufacturers. That's being innovative. You don't have to have all the resources up front to buy a rolling stock. You can lease it. So the chairman has just given me half a minute, so let me just stop there. Maybe I will come back later on with some more ideas.
Je vois que le directeur des programmes est très enthousiaste sur la question, mais je vais lui demander un peu de patience. Le temps que nous entendions les panélistes, il aura l'occasion de s'exprimer sur cette question. Je voudrais donc de ce pas demander à Madame Monica de bien vouloir nous partager avec nous comment il voit donc la problématique de l'attraction des investissements en faveur de l'infrastructure numérique.
Great. The recent World Bank Digital Infrastructure Moonshot project estimates that we need about $109 billion in order to connect everyone in the continent by 2030. Even if private sector contributed half of this, there is still a need for governments to also invest in making sure that we are connecting everyone. And by everyone, I think it's really important in our context to also emphasize including women and girls. Our digital gender gap is actually costing our economies. There is a real cost to exclusion, and we've done the work and done the study that actually shows that countries lose money by leaving women and girls behind in the economy. So investment in infrastructure alone, though, is not going to be sufficient. We can no longer use the build it and they will come added to our digital development. So there is also a need for investment policies, policy frameworks that are actually inclusive, right? That include how we are going to make sure that there are requisite digital skills to meet this infrastructure investment that we are investing in, as well as just comprehensive ability for citizens to be able to utilize online. So a roadmap, a policy roadmap on our digital development is really key to articulate what we mean by meaningful connectivity for our citizens, but also to be intentional about closing the rural-urban divides, which is growing and concerning, as well as the digital gender divide, which is costing our economies a lot of money, and we cannot afford to leave women and girls outside of the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wilgon, votre réaction, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, thank you, Christian. So I think I will be, I'll go on the same stage like my colleague said. When we see the Moonshoot reports and also the EU Broadband Commission reports with regard to bridge the digital gap in Africa by 2030, on those 100 billion that is needed to bridge that gap, there is around 20 or 25% of that amount that will go to policies and regulations. So in Africa, I mean. So we notice that doing business in Africa is not as easy as it should be. Because we cannot ignore that most of the digital infra that we have in Africa have been financed by the private sector, most of them, because we are talking about the mobile network operators, we are talking about infra owners. So what we need to do in order to stimulate more investment in digital infra in Africa, we need to create business climates in Africa to encourage people to come and invest in Africa. So what we did, for instance, in Smart Africa, we had a study that we did in 2019 to see the impacts of the OTT on digital ecosystem in Africa, and we got a recommendation. We noticed that, just one example, we noticed that the current taxation model is no more adapted to the digital world of today. So we need to see with the tax experts how we can adjust the taxation model in order to be adapted to the digital ecosystem of now. This is just one window that can help to attract more investment, but we cannot go and impose solutions to the private sectors. We need to have a partnership. So we have created a working group where we have public sector and private sector to work and try to see those recommendations, try to go and deep dive, explore all the possibilities that you can have in order to attract those investments to come in Africa. So for what I can do in summary is say that we need to have a broader collaboration between private and public sector. We need to adapt our policies and regulation to attract investments, and then we need to make business easier in Africa, because sometimes we waste time on things that can be sorted out easily. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Comment a-t-elle une expérience à partager en la matière?
Yeah, thank you, Christian. But I will again go back to the last submission that I have done. Yes, there are many ways of gathering funding, but to get the continent transformed into a new way of doing business using ICT as a tool, the key sectors are required to have a comprehensive continental, regional, and country-wise plans. Digital transformation is not possible without digital infrastructure reaching the last mile. Comprehensive plans has to be in place, like I had mentioned earlier, to attract necessary funding needed to carry out this massive transformation within the continent. Taking the connectivity to the last mile is not an easy thing. So this has to be properly planned. That's why I emphasize in planning and action. There has to be a strategy, action plan, rolling down up to the country level. The three key success factors to help Africa, in my belief, to close the digital connectivity gap, firstly, is to get the political will, the commitment of our leaders. Secondly, planning is required to have a comprehensive transformation policy, strategy, and action plans. Thirdly, commitment of funding to get the transformation done with the involvement of development partners. In my opinion, if we all collectively plan this continental, regional, and country-wise transformation without delay, making it one of the key priorities, our continent can attain also, in addition to giving solutions to face this pandemic, we can also attain Millennium Development Goals sooner than we think. We can face COVID crisis without fear and make use of ICT to boost up services offered by different sectors. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Vous êtes allé au-delà de ma question en abordant une que j'allais vous poser et vous avez très bien fait d'y répondre d'ores et déjà, la question de la connectivité dernier kilomètre. Nous reviendrons là-dessus pour entendre les autres participants. Alors, il est temps maintenant d'entendre nos deux panélistes en ligne. Je ne sais pas si les techniciens peuvent nous aider à les connecter, en commençant par le collègue de la Commission européenne, Peter Marianne.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me, Mr. Moderator?
Are they connected? Okay.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me? Est-ce que vous m'entendez? I can hear you.
Yes.
I can hear you. I can hear you and other people in Zoom.
Please proceed.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Modérateur. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's a pleasure to be here today. And thank you, of course, for this interesting discussion. I will try to come back on the question of how to attract investment and how we can do this to build also an environment which we all think is attractive for the future. In this context, I would like to point out that there was the recent European Union, African Union Summit, which took place 2 weeks ago, as well as the European Union's Global Gateway Strategy, which was announced in December. So in December, this Global Gateway was announced, which is our new connectivity strategy. It provides our partner countries with a sustainable, comprehensive, and rules-based offer to enhance connectivity. It is in line with the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. Now, the Global Gateway follows specific principles, and this makes it a distinct, positive offer to our partner countries. The Global Gateway covers different sectors, but digital connectivity is one of the key priorities. And in that sense, we will prioritize investments in clean digital technologies and infrastructures. Now, our Commission President von der Leyen announced that the Global Gateway will facilitate investments in the order of 150 billion in Africa, and we will thus be able to provide financial and technical support to address the digital infrastructure needs. Now, importantly, our partner countries can be sure that these investments will not create dependencies. They will be financially and environmentally sustainable investments with no technology or vendor lock-ins. And our approach to digital connectivity follows several straightforward objectives. First of all, to tackle the global digital divide, to promote a human-centric connectivity, and also to promote the open and the secure internet, to safeguard digital sovereignty, both of our partner countries and the European Union, for example, through the security of digital and data infrastructures and services, and also importantly, to lower the carbon footprint of digital infrastructures. Through the Global Gateway, we will work as a Team Europe with relevant partners, and that includes also the private sector, which was mentioned a lot today. Private sector, financial institutions, and also, of course, the partner governments. Now, we don't do this alone. We have also established what we call the D4D Hub, which is a platform that allows us to coordinate with member states, financial institutions, and the private sector. And so by combining these partners, we will combine our digital interventions from various financial sources, and we will leverage these funds. Now, how do we plan to go about this? We want to balance investments in hard infrastructure. We're talking about submarine cables, terrestrial backbones, but also data infrastructures such as green data centers. So to balance hard infrastructure with soft elements. And these soft elements have also been mentioned by many panelists today. That includes policies, regulation, but also cybersecurity, digital services and software, and also standards for the open internet. At the EU-AU summit 2 weeks ago, together with our African partners, we have jointly discussed an investment package, and there are a number of initiatives which were mentioned. So I will mention just a few very quickly because I know that timing is short. One of the elements that we're looking at that we have discussed together is the Euro-Africa Gateway Cable, which is an international submarine fiber cable connecting the EU with Africa along the Atlantic Ocean. Another initiative project is to build regional fiber optic backbones across Africa. I think this was also mentioned already today. Of course, there's the need to have more connectivity also on the continent itself between countries. Avoid, for example, that data has to leave the continent to then be sent back. Just to give one of many examples. We also mentioned last mile, of course. And then another initiative will deal with green data centers. So the idea is not only to have data centers to promote the data economy and the linkages between economies, but also to have this environmental aspect to them. So maybe I will stop there for now. Thank you very much for the floor, and I remain available. Merci beaucoup.
Oui, nous avons du plaisir à vous entendre. Malheureusement, le temps presse. Merci beaucoup. On passe la parole au second intervenant en ligne. 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour tout le monde. Hi, everyone. You can hear me, I hope. Anyway, I will start. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's really my pleasure, and I think the topic is very interesting. Just to answer the question how to attract investments to build the digital infrastructure, I think there is several points that we can identify, but the most important one is to create an ecosystem. You know, building digital infrastructure should be useful for something, and this something is the service that we would like to provide behind this digital infrastructure. And the good thing now is that we are talking about digital economy. So the digital infrastructure is useful everywhere now, in all digital sectors of the economy. But the point is, we cannot do everything at the same time. So that's why at the country level, every country should focus on its priorities and select the right use cases. Some countries in Africa choose to invest on the fintech. We can see in Kenya, in Ethiopia, the huge progress of the mobile money payment, etc., which is contributing a lot to the country economy. In some other countries, digital infrastructure is very useful for logistics and for transportation sector. In some other countries is for smart cities, healthcare. So there is a lot of scenarios, but every country have different priorities towards this use of digital infrastructure. So my opinion is, firstly, to focus on the key use cases and make them successful, and then the ecosystem will be built step by step. Of course, to build the ecosystem, we should have qualified human resources. So human resource qualification is very important at the country level, and I think having the right people is very important. That's why at Huawei we are focusing on this part a lot for knowledge transfer. And then also to attract, to let the digital infrastructure grow up very quickly, we should guarantee that the citizen could access to this digital infrastructure easily through devices and providing the right service. So that's why the device part, no matter it should be a smartphone or tablet or computer or whatever, is also very important to get affordable devices to access to digital infrastructure. Otherwise, it will not be used for everyone. And from that perspective, I think also from taxation point of view, there is many things to be done to encourage this kind of device availability in the country, because we know that the purchase power in Africa is not as high as some developed countries. So taxation, regulatory point of view, service, use case, human resource availability are really the key to dynamize an ecosystem and create an ecosystem to attract some investors to invest on this. And I think all these points can be accelerated by high-end governance. What I explained, you know that now in Africa, many countries, they are struggling to provide necessities for life. And when we talk about digital, it looks like a luxury. But no, we should give a very high priority to digital and digital development, even in some country where there is a lot of other difficulties related to the daily life. But if we don't invest on digital now, after 15 or 20 years, we will still have the same problems for the daily life. But if we don't invest on digital economy, but if we invest, maybe the fate and the future of these people will change after 10 to 15 years. And again, I will conclude my intervention that digital tool is the only way to be more efficient, more quick, and catch up the gap for the economies and guarantee an economical growth quickly for the coming few years. And there is a really a big opportunity and also a big challenge. You know, the African citizen, they will be doubling by 2050. So this is a very good opportunity as human resource availability, but also it's a big burden if we cannot, let these people access to having a good economy and accessing to new tools that they can let them challenge the new world. So a digital economy is an opportunity, but also a challenge. We need to give it as a high priority, and we need to go now. Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to be with you today.
Thank you for your valuable contribution. Alors, Monsieur le Directeur, vous voulez réagir par rapport à ce que vous avez entendu sur la question de l'attraction des investissements?
Oui, Christian, merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'il y a fondamentalement deux aspects. Le premier aspect, c'est celui de la qualité de la gouvernance, déjà. Donc c'est la qualité de la gouvernance qui va définitivement déterminer le système fiscal, les modèles de taxation, tout ce qu'il y a comme corpus réglementaire au niveau du pays et qui pourrait éventuellement faciliter les investissements dans les infrastructures numériques. Donc on doit considérer aussi les investissements dans le numérique exactement de la même manière qu'on considérerait des investissements dans des infrastructures solides, comme les routes, comme les ports. Et là, ça m'amène à la deuxième dimension. Pour pouvoir effectivement attirer des investisseurs, pour pouvoir faire en sorte que le secteur privé puisse s'intéresser aussi de manière efficace au numérique en tant qu'investisseur, je pense que nous devons aussi travailler à améliorer la qualité de la préparation des projets publics dans ce domaine. Il est important, si on veut, tout à l'heure ma collègue qui est ici de la COMESA a dit que les investissements dans le numérique sont aussi des investissements dans les infrastructures. On ne peut pas, par exemple, améliorer la qualité du numérique et l'accès au numérique si on n'a pas fait suffisamment d'investissements dans l'électrification, l'accès à l'énergie par exemple. Les deux sont liés. L'accès aux infrastructures routières, par exemple, les deux sont liés. Et l'accès à d'autres formes d'infrastructures. Maintenant, nous, à Odanepad, et puis avec la commission de l'UA, nous nous sommes entendus sur une méthode de travail pour pouvoir encourager et attirer les investissements dans les infrastructures à travers, évidemment, le programme Pida et dans le programme Pida, à travers un instrument qui est le SDM, qui est le Service Delivery Mechanism, donc qui est, si vous voulez, le mécanisme qui consiste à mieux préparer les projets en les dérisquant d'une certaine manière, en les dérisquant de manière efficace, en travaillant sur les modèles de gouvernance, en travaillant sur l'ensemble des mécanismes, spécialement les PPP, si ce sont des projets qui doivent être faits en PPP, ou si c'est des projets qui doivent être entièrement privés, en travaillant sur les modes de garantie aussi. Donc je pense que au-delà des discours et au-delà des souhaits, nous devons vraiment nous asseoir et travailler en tant qu'institution, mais aussi avec les États, de manière rigoureuse pour pouvoir effectivement créer l'environnement nécessaire, ça c'est au niveau des États, d'une part, et nous en tant qu'institution continentale, régionale, travailler aussi de manière rigoureuse pour pouvoir aider nos États et nos institutions publiques à entreprendre ce processus de dérisking sans lequel aucun investisseur ne viendra, quels que soient nos discours. Donc je pense que c'est important en fait d'insister sur cet aspect. On ne peut pas avoir des investissements si nous ne dérisquons pas les projets d'infrastructure et y compris les projets d'infrastructure numérique. C'est ce que je voulais ajouter. Merci beaucoup.
C'est très bien. Merci beaucoup pour cette contribution que nous notons avec beaucoup de plaisir. J'avais encore une question pour les panélistes, mais compte tenu du temps, je voudrais demander à chacun à chacun et à chacune de résumer en un mot ce que elle ou il pourrait nous suggérer comme principale recommandation à retenir de ce panel. Et je voudrais commencer par Smart Africa.
Okay, so thank you. In one word, I will say that in order to bridge the digital gap in Africa, we need to address African issue in country basis, not in general. Thank you.
One of the things that has really emerged out of COVID-19 is that there is an emerging digital divide, and that is around experiences when people are online. So it's really important that we look at beyond access to adopting frameworks and policies around meaningfully connecting our people. Thank you.
Yes. Merci beaucoup. Ici, eh?
Thank you. I think it's very important for African government to make infrastructure delivery a profitable business in order to attract, private sector operators. For example, in connection with ICT, if all the taxes and levies on ICT services and tools are avoided, then private sector will make, digital services much more affordable and much more readily available to the general populace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Comesa?
Thank you, Christian. Please give me a few words to express myself. Without the last mile connectivity, we cannot attain digital transformation. A comprehensive digital transformation for the continent is attained when we manage to get the digital infrastructure to reach the rural areas and of the continent, bringing e-schools, e-doctors, online markets, and many more e-services to the people who live in the rural as well as urban. I believe that the last mile connectivity is attainable with a comprehensive design of the digital infrastructure structure plan for the continent. Our leaders must own our digital infrastructure design and the continental digital transformation plan. They must have it a priority. They must make it a priority. We can fight the COVID crisis only by transforming our services using ICT as a tool in a way that we have less physical interaction. In other words, by completely transforming the way we do business within the continent, I am fully optimistic the Africa we want is a reality with the commitment and dedication of our leaders and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Huawei? Huawei is not online.
Yes, sorry, I just, yeah. So my recommendation is a high-end support from, the governance way. We give priority to the digital economy. This is definitely no choice, it's the global trend, okay? And create the ecosystem. Without creating an ecosystem, it's not, the digital development is not the work of only one part. It's a government or private sector or private company or operators. It should be an ecosystem including all the participants. So my point is ecosystem and high-end support and the governance mode. Thank you.
Peter Marian?
Thank you very much. I think it's important to focus that we should work in a partnership way, so to have as many partners as we can, to have a multi-stakeholder approach, and the end goal in our view should be to focus on a human-centric approach to digital transformation. That means that there has to be an eye on fundamental rights, privacy, security, affordability, open access, and that of course you need availability and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alors, Amine, le directeur Amine, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Christian. Moi, je pense que le temps urge. Je lisais il y a 2 jours dans les médias que Elon Musk, pendant le conflit ukrainien, a activé Starlink en Ukraine. Et comme vous le savez, Starlink, c'est un réseau de 30 000 satellites avec pour vocation de rendre justement Internet accessible sur le dernier kilomètre et partout. Et il n'y a pas que Starlink. Il y a une bonne centaine de start-up américaines, européennes, japonaises, chinoises qui travaillent toutes dans cet objectif. Autrement dit, si nous, en Afrique, nous ne prenons pas le problème à bras-le-corps et nous n'investissons pas, premièrement, dans la définition d'une politique publique continentale, régionale et nationale qui soit claire, qui soit bien articulée. Nous avons déjà le ICT Policy de l'Union africaine. Maintenant, il est temps de traduire ça en politique régionale et nationale. C'est important. Si nous n'investissons pas toujours dans la même veine, dans l'éducation, la formation et les capacités humaines nécessaires, si nous n'investissons pas aussi suffisamment dans la coopération, la facilitation des projets, la préparation des projets, leur dérisking et le financement adéquat, je pense que finalement, l'accès à cette technologie, pour nous en Afrique, sera géré et piloté par des entreprises comme Starlink et d'autres qui, à partir du ciel, pourront rendre l'accès à Internet beaucoup plus facile, beaucoup moins cher, selon leurs conditions, en puisant nos données, en contrôlant nos données, et nous n'y pourrons absolument rien, à moins que nous nous réveillons et nous accélérons cette transformation. Et je vous dis, c'est dans 1 an, dans 2 ans, dans 3 ans, ça va se faire si nous ne prenons garde. Je pense qu'il est plus que jamais urgent d'avoir une vue compréhensive, articulée et de travailler de manière rigoureuse. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je crois que je vais vous remercier sincèrement pour avoir pris tout ce temps pour être avec nous. Malgré le retard, malgré toutes les insuffisances organisationnelles, vous êtes restés mobilisés parce que c'est une question importante. La question du développement des infrastructures et notamment des infrastructures numériques. Nous avons eu droit à beaucoup d'échanges et beaucoup d'idées émergent pour notamment attirer les investissements pour le développement des infrastructures. Je ne saurais résumer en ce temps précis tout ce qui a été dit, mais je note pêle-mêle, j'allais dire, que c'est il y a beaucoup à faire. Les besoins sont importants et il y a la place pour tout le monde, en particulier les gouvernements et le secteur privé, qui doivent jouer les premiers rôles, et parce que, entre autres, pour attirer les investissements dans le secteur, il faut revoir la fiscalité, il faut des politiques adéquates, aussi bien au niveau national, régional que continental. La question de la formation, du renforcement des capacités a été évoquée et bien d'autres, la coopération entre régions, entre pays, pour que nous puissions aller en synergie. Alors voilà ce que je peux vous proposer comme petite synthèse. Je voudrais sincèrement vous remercier. À présent, je voudrais demander à la commissaire si elle peut dire le dernier mot. Alors la commissaire me demande de vous remercier et de rester mobilisés pour qu'ensemble nous poursuivions le combat, ce combat qui est si important pour l'avenir du continent. Je vous remercie. Je crois que ça met fin à ce panel. Peut-être, Madame la commissaire, vous voulez prendre une photo avec les panélistes? Voilà, la commissaire nous fait l'honneur de prendre une photo. Directeur, vous pouvez vous joindre à nous. Where is the best? Can you advise? Okay, let's go there.
Presents Cool Lion, a project under the
Infrastructure development remains a key driver and a critical enabler for sustainable growth in Africa. The current favorable economic landscape in the continent provides unique opportunity to collectively address the infrastructure deficit. This is achieved through the financing of critical national and regional high-impact projects, both domestic and international. The Continental Business Network, CBN, is mandated by the African Union Assembly decision. It was founded in 2014 during the Dakar Financing Summit, DFS, when African heads of state convened to engage in mechanisms and instruments on financing infrastructure in Africa. The DFS aimed to mobilize stakeholders and leverage on public-private partnerships, PPPs. This would allow for infrastructure transformation to help accelerate the implementation of high-impact regional infrastructure projects in the continent. In order to do this, the DFS emphasized the importance of a collaboration and the participation of the private sector within the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, Pida. Backed with the objective of improving infrastructure, analyzing data, and formulating intelligence to provide advocacy for emerging infrastructure trends, the CBN runs with a vision of bridging the infrastructure financing gap in Africa and enhancing the livelihood of Africans.
The CBN has, since its inception in 2015, done a number of things to advance the climate for private sector investment in infrastructure projects, including the preparation of a report that specifically looked at the issues of de-risking of infrastructure projects across the continent, as well as the institution of the 5% agenda. Together with the 5% agenda, the CBN has also instituted the Africa Infrastructure Guarantee Mechanism that provides risk mitigation services and facilities for private sector investment into cross-border infrastructure projects.
The CBN contributes to the following functional areas: the project pipeline marketplace, intelligence and insight development, advocacy and public-private sectors liaison, and dialogue and members interaction. The CBN consists of leading African and global businesses, members of finance bodies, as well as regional and international organizations. They all aim to crowd in financing and support for regional projects. A good reference of the CBN initiatives refers to the CBN's Call for Proposals project. This was launched in 2020 and has provided support to 3 SMMEs to help accelerate project implementation and financing for these projects for further project development.
TripPesa is building digital infrastructure to automate the tourism value chain across Africa. We're working in Mombasa and Kampala to help SMEs recover from the negative impact of COVID-19 on their businesses. We're helping them build custom no-code websites so they can achieve digital presence, helping them accept payments, accept bookings, and run better business records for growth. As part of the Outer NEPAD and GIZ CBN Call for Proposals, we have been able to receive support to better build our business plan, reach out to investors, and be ready to grow TripPesa and scale it across Africa.
Outer NEPAD, as CBN Secretariat, acts as the central coordinator of the CBN by providing operational support and coordinating day-to-day activities of the network. For more information on the Continental Business Network, CBN, visit www.au-pida.org. Our CBN Technical Coordinator will gladly assist you. Infrastructure development remains a key driver and a critical enabler for sustainable growth in Africa. The current favorable economic landscape in the continent provides unique opportunity to collectively address the infrastructure deficit. This is achieved through the financing of critical national and regional high-impact projects, both domestic and international. The Continental Business Network, CBN, is mandated by the African Union Assembly decision. It was founded in 2014 during the Dakar Financing Summit, DFS, when African heads of state convened to engage in mechanisms and instruments on financing infrastructure in Africa. The DFS aims to mobilize stakeholders and leverage on public-private partnerships, PPPs. This would allow for infrastructure transformation to help accelerate the implementation of high-impact regional infrastructure projects in the continent. In order to do this, the DFS emphasized the importance of a collaboration and the participation of the private sector within the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, Pida. Backed with the objective of improving infrastructure, analyzing data, and formulating intelligence to provide advocacy for emerging infrastructure trends, the CBN runs with a vision of bridging the infrastructure financing gap in Africa and enhancing the livelihood of Africans.
The CBN has, since its inception in 2015, done a number of things to advance the climate for private sector investment in infrastructure projects, including the preparation of a report that specifically looked at the issues of de-risking of infrastructure projects across the continent, as well as the institution of the 5% agenda. Together with the 5% agenda, the CBN has also instituted the Africa Infrastructure Guarantee Mechanism that provides risk mitigation services and facilities for private sector investment into cross-border infrastructure projects.
The CBN contributes to the following functional areas: the project pipeline marketplace, intelligence and insight development, advocacy and public-private sectors liaison, and dialogue and members' interaction. The CBN consists of leading African and global businesses, members of finance bodies, as well as regional and international organizations. They all aim to crowd in financing and support for regional projects. A good reference of the CBN initiatives refers to the CBN's Call for Proposals project. This was launched in 2020 and has provided support to 3 SMMEs to help accelerate project implementation and financing for these projects for further project development.
TriPesa is building digital infrastructure to automate the tourism value chain across Africa. We're working in Mombasa and Kampala to help SMEs recover from the negative impact of COVID-19 on their businesses. We're helping them build custom no-code websites so they can achieve digital presence, helping them accept payments, accept bookings, and run better business records for growth. As part of the Outer NEPAD and GIZ CBN Call for Proposals, we have been able to receive support to better build our business plan, reach out to investors, and be ready to grow TriPesa and scale it across Africa.
Order NEPAD, as CBN Secretariat, acts as the central coordinator of the CBN by providing operational support and coordinating day-to-day activities of the network. For more information on the Continental Business Network, CBN, visit www.au-pida.org. Our CBN Technical Coordinator will gladly assist you. Infrastructure development remains a key driver and a critical enabler for sustainable growth in Africa. The current favorable economic landscape in the continent provides unique opportunity to collectively address the infrastructure deficit. This is achieved through the financing of critical national and regional high-impact projects, both domestic and international. The Continental Business Network, CBN, is mandated by the African Union Assembly decision. It was founded in 2014 during the Dakar Financing Summit, DFS, when African heads of state convened to engage in mechanisms and instruments on financing infrastructure in Africa. The DFS aimed to mobilize stakeholders and leverage on public-private partnerships, PPPs. This would allow for infrastructure transformation to help accelerate the implementation of high-impact regional infrastructure projects in the continent. In order to do this, the DFS emphasized the importance of a collaboration and the participation of the private sector within the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, Pida. Backed with the objective of improving infrastructure, analyzing data, and formulating intelligence to provide advocacy for emerging infrastructure trends, the CBN runs with a vision of bridging the infrastructure financing gap in Africa and enhancing the livelihood of Africans.
The CBN has, since its inception in 2015, done a number of things to advance the climate for private sector investment in infrastructure projects.
The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, presents Cool Lion, a project under the Pida Compact with Africa initiative. The Compact with Africa, also known as CWA, was launched in 2017 under the German G20 presidency to promote private investment in Africa, including in infrastructure. Through increased infrastructure investment, the CWA contributes to building businesses, growing economies, creating jobs, changing communities, and enhancing livelihoods. Under the CWA, member countries, of which there are currently 12, benefit from the support of development partners, finance institutions, and international organizations to access private investment for infrastructure projects at the local, national, and regional levels. The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, through the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is also known as Pida, identified several potential projects in CWA countries. Recognizing the pivotal role played by MSMEs in infrastructure development, and that MSMEs often lack the requisite support to attract private sector investment, NEPAD focused on MSME-driven projects.
The African Union Development Agency has been working with GIZ on an initiative called the Pida Compact with Africa initiative, specifically aimed at demonstrating how a large-scale framework such as Pida could accommodate the participation of small to medium enterprises in delivering infrastructure across the continent. We're very pleased to have identified Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire, which is working to support small-scale fish farmers in taking their products to market by providing them with an efficient means of refrigerating their products and making sure that the products are able to be taken to market without having to resort to other means such as smoking, which are perhaps not climate friendly and not energy efficient.
With the technical assistance of GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, NEPAD competitively selected Cool Lion in Côte d'Ivoire as the pilot project for Pida CWA. By supporting Cool Lion, the Pida CWA aims to demonstrate the value of private sector investment into infrastructure-related MSMEs to generate local employment. MSMEs are key drivers of local socio-economic growth and infrastructure delivery. The Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire is a small-scale MSME-driven project which will have a positive social and economic impact in the target communities. Cool Lion is an Ivorian-designed and assembled range of smart solar-powered refrigerated containers which aim to improve the health of vendors and boost their place in the agricultural and fishing industry's value chain. Small-scale agriculture and fishing make up a significant proportion of the Ivorian economy. Small-scale activities in these two sectors provide food, create jobs, and boost trade.
In Côte d'Ivoire, the fishing industry is locally driven by women. UNESCO-FEPSI, the National Women's Association of Fishmongering, prominently encourages and supports trade within Côte d'Ivoire for fishmongers.
Cool Lion's human-centered product designs were done in collaboration with UNESCO-FEPSI. Cool Lion co-created these robust, containerized portable cold rooms, which are an adapted cold chain solution to the quantities of fish and produce that these cooperatives sell. The energy-efficient, low-cost and reliable cold storage facilities, which are designed to suit the local context, are an important solution to the challenges faced by vendors of both horticulture and fishing products.
Vraiment, l'idée de ce projet déjà est une bonne idée parce qu'aujourd'hui, les femmes qui sont dans la pêche artisanale, nous n'avons pas de moyens de conservation. C'est ça qui nous pose beaucoup de problèmes et nous faisons les pertes après capture. Donc, cette idée de conteneurs frigorifiques avec énergie solaire aujourd'hui va résoudre nos problèmes.
Today, fish are preserved in substandard refrigerators or cured by smoking. Preservation by smoking is not only labor-intensive, but it reduces the sellable weight of fish and also has deleterious effects on the fishmonger's health outcomes, leading to numerous respiratory health problems. Cool Lion refrigeration improves the health of the fishmongers and increases their profits. Cool Lion has made these containers available for direct purchase or under an innovative pay-go leasing model with financing given to membership groups. and Nesco Fepsi helped Cool Lion develop an innovative payment-linked access system to facilitate timely payments. The pay-go model is divided into 2 layers. First, Cool Lion provides refrigerator containers to membership groups under a rent-to-own model. The groups, which may include fishmonger cooperatives, horticulture associations, or even other MSMEs, pay weekly or monthly installments to Cool Lion until the cost of the container plus interest is fully paid up. In turn, the membership groups then provide storage space in their containers to individual members under a pay-as-you-store model. Individual vendors rent space within a container to affordably store their stock. To access the containers, vendors pay rental to the membership group on a daily or weekly basis via mobile money transfers. This pay-go model facilitates access to quality and sustainably powered storage infrastructure while promoting the financial inclusion of under-resourced groups and supporting socio-economic growth. Order NEPAD is proud to have supported Cool Lion.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa and the Africa Coordinating Unit, of which I'm chairman of the board, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and for associating our organization with the 7th Pida Week in Nairobi. We welcome the idea of coming together to put Africa on a firm footing for recovery, growth and resilience through infrastructure as we continue to contend with COVID-19. It needs no emphasizing that the pandemic has disproportionately affected our continent. It is setting back both our social and economic development priorities, and according to the World Bank, it is pushing about 40 million Africans into extreme poverty. With African governments prioritizing vaccination drives and increasing recurrent expenditure on avoiding further fallouts from the pandemic, we must remain watchful of our development priorities and rely on the consistent investment in and maintenance of infrastructure, specifically in climate-resilient infrastructure to secure water needs for Africa's prosperity, for industrialization, and for growth. Not only is water the first line of defense against disease and infection, but it is also the foundation on which we will achieve universal health care, education, economic growth, job creation, and poverty eradication. At no time has the need to invest in climate-resilient water infrastructure been more urgent than now, as we face the double threat of current and future pandemics, as well as climate change, which will further distort rainfall patterns, impair farming systems, and threaten food security.
The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, presents Cool Lion, a project under the Pida Compact with Africa initiative. The Compact with Africa, also known as CWA, was launched in 2017 under the German G20 presidency to promote private investment in Africa, including in infrastructure. Through increased infrastructure investment, the CWA contributes to building businesses, growing economies, creating jobs, changing communities, and enhancing livelihoods. Under the CWA, member countries, of which there are currently 12, benefit from the support of development partners, finance institutions, and international organizations to access private investment for infrastructure projects at the local, national, and regional levels. The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, through the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is also known as Pida, identified several potential projects in CWA countries. Recognizing the pivotal role played by MSMEs in infrastructure development, and that MSMEs often lack the requisite support to attract private sector investment, NEPAD focused on MSME-driven projects.
The African Union Development Agency has been working with GIZ on an initiative called the Pida Compact with Africa initiative, specifically aimed at demonstrating how a large-scale framework such as Pida could accommodate the participation of small to medium enterprises in delivering infrastructure across the continent. We're very pleased to have identified Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire, which is working to support small-scale fish farmers in taking their products to market by providing them with an efficient means of refrigerating their products and making sure that the products are able to be taken to market without having to resort to other means such as smoking, which are perhaps not climate friendly and not energy efficient.
With the technical assistance of GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Order NEPAD competitively selected Cool Lion in Côte d'Ivoire as the pilot project for Pida CWA. By supporting Cool Lion, the Pida CWA aims to demonstrate the value of private sector investment into infrastructure-related MSMEs to generate local employment. MSMEs are key drivers of local socio-economic growth and infrastructure delivery. The Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire is a small-scale MSME-driven project which will have a positive social and economic impact in the target communities. Cool Lion is an Ivorian-designed and assembled range of smart solar-powered refrigerated containers which aim to improve the health of vendors and boost their place in the agricultural and fishing industry's value chain. Small-scale agriculture and fishing make up a significant proportion of the Ivorian economy. Small-scale activities in these two sectors provide food, create jobs, and boost trade.
In Côte d'Ivoire, the fishing industry is locally driven by women. UNESCO FEPSI, the National Women's Association of Fishmongering, prominently encourages and supports trade within Côte d'Ivoire for fishmongers.
Cool Lion's human-centered product designs were done in collaboration with UNESCO FEPSI. Cool Lion co-created these robust, containerized portable cold rooms, which are an adapted cold chain solution to the quantities of fish and produce that these cooperatives sell. The energy-efficient, low-cost and reliable cold storage facilities, which are designed to suit the local context, are an important solution to the challenges faced by vendors of both horticulture and fishing products.
Vraiment, l'idée de ce projet déjà est une bonne idée parce qu'aujourd'hui, les femmes qui sont dans la pêche artisanale, nous n'avons pas de moyens de conservation. C'est ça qui nous pose beaucoup de problèmes et nous faisons les pertes après capture. Donc, cette idée de conteneurs frigorifiques avec énergie solaire aujourd'hui va résoudre nos problèmes.
Today, fish are preserved in substandard refrigerators or cured by smoking. Preservation by smoking is not only labor-intensive, but it reduces the sellable weight of fish and also has deleterious effects on the fishmonger's health outcomes, leading to numerous respiratory health problems. Cool Lion refrigeration improves the health of the fishmongers and increases their profits. Cool Lion has made these containers available for direct purchase or under an innovative pay-go leasing model with financing given to membership groups. UNESCO FEPSI helped Cool Lion develop an innovative payment-linked access system to facilitate timely payments. The pay-go model is divided into two layers. First, Cool Lion provides refrigerator containers to membership groups under a rent-to-own model. The groups, which may include fishmonger cooperatives, horticulture associations, or even other MSMEs, pay weekly or monthly installments to Cool Lion until the cost of the container plus interest is fully paid up. In turn, the membership groups then provide storage space in their containers to individual members under a pay-as-you-store model. Individual vendors rent space within a container to affordably store their stock. To access the containers, vendors pay rental to the membership group on a daily or weekly basis via mobile money transfers. This pay-go model facilitates access to quality and sustainably powered storage infrastructure while promoting the financial inclusion of under-resourced groups and supporting socio-economic growth. Order NEPAD is proud to have supported Cool Lion. We envisage that the project will have several other upstream and downstream economic opportunities as it expands through the country and the region. African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, presents Cool Lion, a project under the Pida Compact with Africa initiative. The Compact with Africa, also known as CWA, was launched in 2017 under the German G20 presidency to promote private investment in Africa, including in infrastructure. Through increased infrastructure investment, the CWA contributes to building businesses, growing economies, creating jobs, changing communities, and enhancing livelihoods. Under the CWA, member countries, of which there are currently 12, benefit from the support of development partners, finance institutions, and international organizations to access private investment for infrastructure projects at the local, national, and regional levels. The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, through the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is also known as Pida, identified several potential projects in CWA countries. Recognizing the pivotal role played by MSMEs in infrastructure development, and that MSMEs often lack the requisite support to attract private sector investment, NEPAD focused on MSME-driven projects.
The African Union Development Agency has been working with GIZ on an initiative called the Pida Compact with Africa initiative, specifically aimed at demonstrating how a large-scale framework such as Pida could accommodate the participation of small to medium enterprises in delivering infrastructure across the continent. We're very pleased to have identified Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire, which is working to support small-scale fish farmers in taking their products to market by providing them with an efficient means of refrigerating their products and making sure that the products are able to be taken to market without having to resort to other means such as smoking, which are perhaps not climate friendly and not energy efficient.
With the technical assistance of GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, NEPAD competitively selected Cool Lion in Côte d'Ivoire as the pilot project for Pida CWA. By supporting Cool Lion, the Pida CWA aims to demonstrate the value of private sector investment into infrastructure-related MSMEs to generate local employment. MSMEs are key drivers of local socio-economic growth and infrastructure delivery. The Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire is a small-scale MSME-driven project which will have a positive social and economic impact in the target communities. Cool Lion is an Ivorian-designed and assembled range of smart solar-powered refrigerated containers which aim to improve the health of vendors and boost their place in the agricultural and fishing industry's value chain. Small-scale agriculture and fishing make up a significant proportion of the Ivorian economy. Small-scale activities in these two sectors provide food, create jobs, and boost trade.
In Côte d'Ivoire, the fishing industry is locally driven by women. UNESCO-FEPSI, the National Women's Association of Fishmongering, prominently encourages and supports trade within Côte d'Ivoire for fishmongers.
Cool Lion's human-centered product designs were done in collaboration with UNESCO-FEPSI. Cool Lion co-created these robust, containerized portable cold rooms, which are an adapted cold chain solution to the quantities of fish and produce that these cooperatives sell. The energy-efficient, low-cost and reliable cold storage facilities, which are designed to suit the local context, are an important solution to the challenges faced by vendors of both horticulture and fishing products.
Vraiment, l'idée de ce projet déjà est une bonne idée parce qu'aujourd'hui, les femmes qui sont dans la pêche artisanale, nous n'avons pas de moyens de conservation. C'est ça qui nous pose beaucoup de problèmes et nous faisons les pertes après capture. Donc, cette idée de conteneurs frigorifiques avec énergie solaire aujourd'hui va résoudre nos problèmes.
Today, fish are preserved in substandard refrigerators or cured by smoking. Preservation by smoking is not only labor-intensive, but it reduces the sellable weight of fish and also has deleterious effects on the fishmonger's health outcomes, leading to numerous respiratory health problems. Cool Lion refrigeration improves the health of the fishmongers and increases their profits. Cool Lion has made these containers available for direct purchase or under an innovative pay-go leasing model with financing giving to membership groups. UNESCO FEPSI helped Cool Lion develop an innovative payment-linked access system to facilitate timely payments. The pay-go model is divided into two layers. First, Cool Lion provides refrigerator containers to membership groups under a rent-to-own model. The groups, which may include fishmonger cooperatives, horticulture associations, or even other MSMEs, pay weekly or monthly installments to Cool Lion until the cost of the container plus interest is fully paid up. In turn, the membership groups then provide storage space in their containers to individual members under a pay-as-you-store model. Individual vendors rent space within a container to affordably store their stock. To access the containers, vendors pay rental to the membership group on a daily or weekly basis via mobile money transfers. This pay-go model facilitates access to quality and sustainably powered storage infrastructure while promoting the financial inclusion of under-resourced groups and supporting socio-economic growth. Order NEPAD is proud to have supported Cool Lion. We envisage that the project will have several other upstream and downstream economic opportunities as it expands through the country and the region. The African Union Development Agency, Order NEPAD, presents Cool Lion, a project under the Pida Compact with Africa initiative. The Compact with Africa, also known as CWA, was launched in 2017 under the German G20 presidency to promote private investment in Africa, including in infrastructure. Through increased infrastructure investment, the CWA contributes to building businesses, growing economies, creating jobs, changing communities, and enhancing livelihoods. Under the CWA, member countries, of which there are currently 12, benefit from the support of development partners, finance institutions, and international organizations to access private investment for infrastructure projects at the local, national, and regional levels. The African Union Development Agency, Order NEPAD, through the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is also known as Pida, identified several potential projects in CWA countries. Recognizing the pivotal role played by MSMEs in infrastructure development, and that MSMEs often lack the requisite support to attract private sector investment. The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, presents Cool Lion, a project under the Pida Compact with Africa initiative. The Compact with Africa, also known as CWA, was launched in 2017 under the German G20 presidency to promote private investment in Africa, including in infrastructure. Through increased infrastructure investment, the CWA contributes to building businesses, growing economies, creating jobs, changing communities, and enhancing livelihoods. Under the CWA, member countries, of which there are currently 12, benefit from the support of development partners, finance institutions, and international organizations to access private investment for infrastructure projects at the local, national, and regional levels. The African Union Development Agency, or NEPAD, through the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is also known as Pida, identified several potential projects in CWA countries. Recognizing the pivotal role played by MSMEs in infrastructure development, and that MSMEs often lack the requisite support to attract private sector investment, NEPAD focused on MSME-driven projects.
The African Union Development Agency has been working with GIZ on an initiative called the Pida Compact with Africa initiative, specifically aimed at demonstrating how a large-scale framework such as Pida could accommodate the participation of small to medium enterprises in delivering infrastructure across the continent. We're very pleased to have identified Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire, which is working to support small-scale fish farmers in taking their products to market by providing them with an efficient means of refrigerating their products and making sure that the products are able to be taken to market without having to resort to other means such as smoking, which are perhaps not climate friendly and not energy efficient.
With the technical assistance of GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, NEPAD competitively selected Cool Lion in Côte d'Ivoire as the pilot project for Pida CWA. By supporting Cool Lion, the Pida CWA aims to demonstrate the value of private sector investment into infrastructure-related MSMEs to generate local employment. MSMEs are key drivers of local socio-economic growth and infrastructure delivery. The Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire is a small-scale MSME-driven project which will have a positive social and economic impact in the target communities. Cool Lion is an Ivorian-designed and assembled range of smart solar-powered refrigerated containers which aim to improve the health of vendors and boost their place in the agricultural and fishing industry's value chain. Small-scale agriculture and fishing make up a significant proportion of the Ivorian economy. Small-scale activities in these two sectors provide food, create jobs, and boost trade.
In Côte d'Ivoire, the fishing industry is locally driven by women. UNESCO-FEPSI, the National Women's Association of Fishmongering, prominently encourages and supports trade within Côte d'Ivoire for fishmongers.
Cool Lion's human-centered product designs were done in collaboration with UNESCO-FEPSI. Cool Lion co-created these robust, containerized portable cold rooms, which are an adapted cold chain solution to the quantities of fish and produce that these cooperatives sell. The energy-efficient, low-cost and reliable cold storage facilities, which are designed to suit the local context, are an important solution to the challenges faced by vendors of both horticulture and fishing products.
Vraiment, l'idée de ce projet déjà est une bonne idée parce qu'aujourd'hui, les femmes qui sont dans la pêche artisanale, nous n'avons pas de moyens de conservation. C'est ça qui nous pose beaucoup de problèmes et nous faisons les pertes après capture. Donc, cette idée de conteneurs frigorifiques avec énergie solaire aujourd'hui va résoudre nos problèmes.
Today, fish are preserved in substandard refrigerators or cured by smoking. Preservation by smoking is not only labor-intensive, but it reduces the sellable weight of fish and also has deleterious effects on the fishmonger's health outcomes, leading to numerous respiratory health problems. Cool Lion refrigeration improves the health of the fishmongers and increases their profits. Cool Lion has made these containers available for direct purchase or under an innovative pay-go leasing model with financing given to membership groups. UNESCO FEPSI helped Cool Lion develop an innovative payment-linked access system to facilitate timely payments. The pay-go model is divided into 2 layers. First, Cool Lion provides refrigerator containers to membership groups under a rent-to-own model. The groups, which may include fishmonger cooperatives, horticulture associations, or even other MSMEs, pay weekly or monthly installments to Cool Lion until the cost of the container plus interest is fully paid up. In turn, the membership groups then provide storage space in their containers to individual members under a pay-as-you-store model. Individual vendors rent space within a container to affordably store their stock. To access the containers, vendors pay rental to the membership group on a daily or weekly basis via mobile money transfers. This pay-go model facilitates access to quality and sustainably powered storage infrastructure while promoting the financial inclusion of under-resourced groups and supporting socio-economic growth. Order NEPAD is proud to have supported Cool Lion. We envisage that the project will have several other upstream and downstream economic opportunities as it expands through the country and the region. The African Union Development Agency, Order NEPAD, presents Cool Lion, a project under the Pida Compact with Africa initiative. The Compact with Africa, also known as CWA, was launched in 2017 under the German G20 presidency to promote private investment in Africa, including in infrastructure. Through increased infrastructure investment, the CWA contributes to building businesses, growing economies, creating jobs, changing communities, and enhancing livelihoods. Under the CWA, member countries, of which there are currently 12, benefit from the support of development partners, finance institutions, and international organizations to access private investment for infrastructure projects at the local, national, and regional levels. The African Union Development Agency, Order NEPAD, through the Programme for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is also known as Pida, identified several potential projects in CWA countries. Recognizing the pivotal role played by MSMEs in infrastructure development, and that MSMEs often lack the requisite support to attract private sector investment, Order NEPAD focused on MSME-driven projects.
The African Union Development Agency has been working with GIZ on an initiative called the Pida Compact with Africa initiative, specifically aimed at demonstrating how a large-scale framework such as Pida could accommodate the participation of small to medium enterprises in delivering infrastructure across the continent. We're very pleased to have identified Cool Lion project in Côte d'Ivoire, which is working to support small-scale fish farmers in taking their products to market by providing them with an efficient means of refrigerating their products and making sure that the products are able to be taken to market without having to resort to other means such as smoking, which are perhaps not climate friendly and not energy efficient.
With the technical assistance of GIZ and funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Order NEPAD competitively selected Cool Lion in Côte d'Ivoire as the pilot
sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You may all have your seats, please. Good afternoon to you all, and Karibuni, Kenya. Greetings. Greetings to you all. Welcome to the 7th Pida Week opening session. My name is Laban Cliff. I'd like to invite you all to this opening session, to those of us who are here and those who've joined us online as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored and glad to have our excellencies right on stage. I would want to recognize them all by name, but in view of time, I'll just give a special mention to a chief guest for this session, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, who's the African Union High Representative for Infrastructure, who's joined us today for this session, and who, of course, will be our chief guest. Let's give him a round of applause, please, for finding time to be here as well. Thank you to all our hosts, our sponsors, for taking time to support this week. At this moment in time, and especially in view of the time that we've had, and of course, those of us who joined us from far and wide, I'd like to recognize and welcome our host, I would say, for this function, Professor Michael Chege, who's the chair of NEPAD, APRM Kenya's Governing Council, to give his introductory remarks. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, my dear friend, on behalf of the national and all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, as chairman of the National Governing Council of NEPAD Kenya Secretariat, it's my greatest honor to welcome you here this afternoon for Pida Week. Infrastructure in NEPAD is of top priority in promoting our growth and development and integration as a continent. I can say no more than say that my National Governing Council, my board, works with other boards in similar position in the rest of the continent to do as much as we can to promote this goal. And on their behalf, on behalf of the Kenya government, I wish to welcome you to this event. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Chege. We appreciate. At this moment in time, I'd like to invite our Chief Administrative Secretary, that's at the National Treasury and Planning, who will guide us and for the next few sessions. That's Honorable Eric Wafuko, who's with us here today and will take us through the next bit of the program. Honorable Wafuko, over to you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Amani Aboud Zaid, the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy for African Union Commission. Right Honorable, Your Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, the Africa's High Commissioner, High Representative for the Infrastructure. Engineer Jared Otieno, Managing Director and CEO of Geothermal. And the representatives that are here today and all protocols observed, good afternoon. It's my great joy to be here today, standing in stead of my boss and the National Treasury and Planning Cabinet Secretary, Ambassador Ukuri Yatani, to help guide us that this afternoon sessions. We have some presentations to be made, and it will be my joy at the start to just give us a flow of who is going to speak after who, and make some remarks in that regard. It's a great joy for us to meet as an Africa continent during this Pida week, the Program for Infrastructure Development for Africa. And as we meet today, I would like to appreciate the fact that we have some presentation that comes from my boss that I would like to give, after which I'll have the joy and the privilege to invite the representative from the Nairobi County to come and welcome us officially. And after that, I'll call a few leaders to come and speak to us. And then the higher echelon leadership, I'll reserve that to the higher hands that will help us to introduce them properly. So without much ado, allow me at this point to give the remarks that come from the Minister for National Treasury and Planning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I stand here today to witness the signing. I think this is the one that comes later, but it's recorded today. Ambassador Samori, if you're here, okay? I think this comes later, so I would like to just say that there will be some signing that comes later. But today, just to make the introductory remarks and serve more as an MC, for this afternoon, and just say that there is a communique that's supposed to be read, but it will come later. And so this time, I would just like to introduce the ones who will come to speak after me. I think there was a miscommunication in terms of the documents given to me, and I'm looking to the ambassador to make sure I have the proper documents to guide us. Samori, if you're here. The documents I have for the event that comes after, and so that, forgive us for that misunderstanding of sorts. Never mind, we are leaders and we know how to make sure that we navigate this boat properly. I'm supposed to play a role, and the role is contained within the documents that are supposed to be before me here today. Samori, are you here? Do I have the proper documents? Yeah, so I'm trying to see what is out here that is printed in small letters, and you'll forgive us for the small letters. Do I have it in big letters? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so we have a correct one here. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yes, thank you. We have it right. We are back on board. I would like to, at this time, to invite to speak to us Dr. Peter Mutuku Mathuki, who will be coming to speak to us, the Secretary General of the East African Community. Forgive us for that, but we'd like to give you a chance now to come and speak to us, please. You're welcome. Shall we put our hands together as we welcome the speaker who comes to us? Okay. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the African Union IE Representative for Infrastructure Development, Honorable James Macharia, Campaign Secretary for Transport, Government of Kenya, Dr. Amani, Commissioner for Infrastructure Energy at the African Union Commission, Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, the CEO of AUDA NEPAD, and the representative of the Governor of Nairobi, dear delegates of protocols observed. Let me start by thanking the African Union for seeing it fit to have this very important event in one of the partner states of the East African community. I think it's important them to have chosen these partner states is befitting for several reasons. First and foremost, East African community, as you all know, is a critical building block for the realization of the African economic community. And secondly, recalling, Your Excellency, that the East African community was at the forefront of the corridor diagnostic study that is for the Eastern and Southern Africa tripartite region, which led to the current program for the infrastructure development in Africa, that is Pida, in 2009. And the study informed the formulation of the first batch of the projects under Pida, short-term action plan, and later the medium, long-term strategic teamwork. And thirdly, because in Africa, and looking at the assessment, the East African community is ranked as the most integrated regional economic bloc. And I therefore want to thank you. Excellence is the theme of today's event, that is putting Africa on a firm footing for recovery, growth, and resilience through infrastructure is befitting once more, given that, of course, we all know coming from a very difficult time of COVID. And therefore, we must strategically think together. How do we put back Africa on track? And therefore, this is quite timely. Or know that for 2 years or more than that, the COVID and how it affected our incomes, the GDPs, the jobs losses, etc. And therefore, the threats that came because of this provides an opportunity for us now to build forward together. I think it's not building back, but building forward together with a greater focus on promoting climate resilient infrastructure. And the continent therefore requires concerted efforts for new and innovative funding mechanisms amidst, of course, very limited resources. We all know now with an opportunity under the African Continental Free Trade Area, it cannot happen if we don't have the right infrastructure. And I think this is timely, and it's about time to think together. We all know that the continent has lost cumulatively about 25% in foregone growth in the last 2 decades due to inadequate infrastructure, which has affected adversely trade, and it has impacted negatively in terms of how we do business. The continent, according to African Development Bank, needs about 130 to 170 million US dollars a year to close the infrastructure gap. Billion to the gap. And I think it's high time now we prioritize. Ourselves at the East African community, we have prioritized infrastructure development. And this is championed at the highest political level by the summit, the heads of states, who meet periodically to assess and give priorities in terms of infrastructure. I'm happy to report, obviously, that as we have achieved a lot on this. And by the way, you know that our current public expenditure on infrastructure is estimated to be about 3.5% of GDP. And this is compared to the rest of the world. That is, on average, they're spending about 5 to about 6.5% on infrastructure. So the region has continued to invest in infrastructure, which of course has yielded results. We all know now that from Mombasa to Kampala, it has improved. You used to do about 20 days in 2010 to an average of 6 days now in 2021. And with a result and cost reduction from about $3,500 in 2010 to $2,200 in 2021. So in terms of the infrastructure that we put in our borders, the one-stop border post across East Africa, it has played a critical role in facilitating transboundary trade. And this has improved the use of technology that we are using at the border to improve the sharing and exchange of information. It has reduced the time we spend in crossing, but also processing goods. And that is very helpful. Therefore, use of the soft infrastructure has enhanced our regional competitiveness, and that is why the EAC is placed as one of the most integrated regional economic bloc in the region. On the regional integration, I appreciate that AUDA NEPAD, through the service delivery mechanism, allowed us to access funds for studies on the Kisumu, Busia, Kakira, Malaba Expressway project that is between Kenya and Uganda. Your Excellency, the East African Community partner states have continued to embark on ensuring that we invest in infrastructure that is going to give returns. We are aware of the SGR that is now happening, linking Mombasa to Naivasha. We have now United Republic of Tanzania with the SGR coming very fast. And these are some of the things. And this links actually countries like Burundi, Rwanda, and Uganda. So we are happy once more to be, as EAC, to be among the pilot regions to implement the Vision 2063 African Integrated High-Speed Railways project and look forward to its fruition. The region has several large water bodies with what is happening with Lake Victoria. And I was telling Waziri this early afternoon that whatever the ministry is doing is commendable, and we want to associate ourselves. We are ready to play and support. And therefore, Your Excellency, in your capacity as the High Representative on Infrastructure, we want to work with you to mobilize resources and see how we can make this region work for the people and business in East Africa. Africa, as of course, when you come to the air transport, opportunities are there, because apparently we are only accounting for about 2% of the global air cargo in terms of air cargo, only 2%. And therefore, there seems to be an opportunity. We can increase this better. And therefore, I think we want to align ourselves. If we can start now supporting, and with political commitment, I know it is possible to implement the single African air transport market. That is, I think, that we need to open our skies post-COVID. We want to see now planes, leave Nairobi, go to Kampala, or maybe to other parts of the world. If it's Kenya Airways, go to, let's say, Southern Asia or China and bring goods for the entire East Africa. While Air Tanzania would go to another market in Europe, bring goods for the entire East Africa. Air Uganda or Rwanda Air go to another markets. And instead of competing, we start complementing each other. And I think that is the way forward post-COVID. And therefore, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. When you come to energy sector, I think there's a lot to be done, and therefore we wish to confirm that we support the Continental Power Master Plan with the African Single Energy Market. I wish to commend the African Union Commission and NEPAD in particular for their continued support, and I want to assure you that we'll be there to support. In conclusion, I think the idea here is to mobilize resources, and we need efforts, we need the synergy. If African Union with the regional economic blocs work together, with partner states, and all look forward to mobilizing resources that are going to change. We cannot have a fruitful African continent or free trade area if we don't have the right infrastructure. It will just be there, and therefore others will take advantage of it. Before an investor comes from any part of the world to come to take advantage of this African market, they want to see how is the climate, how is the environment for investment, how is infrastructure, how is the cost of energy, and etc. And therefore, by conclusion, I hope we will identify new innovative funding mechanisms amidst public resources that are also scarce, and fast-track the continent's connectivity, because that's how we realize. And learning from COVID, the global disruptions that happened, it trained us that we need to be more, work together as countries in Africa and see how we can produce for ourselves more, aware that, pandemics can disrupt. And I think it's our commitment as the East African community, ready to work with the partner states, but also with the African Union to ensure that indeed African continental free trade area works for all of us. I thank you.
Thank you very much from East Africa. We have some factory resetting, so I'm a man under authority, and from childhood I was trained to be loyal and to submit to authority. And with your indulgence, the message from the CS for National Treasury and Planning has been located. And part of it is to know whether to continue with introductions for the next speaker or to seek indulgence that this speech be given for completeness. It is with great honor that I stand here today at the start of the 7th Program for Infrastructure and Development in Africa, Pida Week. I take this opportunity to welcome you all, including those who have joined us virtually. For those physically in Nairobi, I hope you'll enjoy the weather and Kenya's warm hospitality. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Auda NEPAD for choosing Kenya to host this continental event in Nairobi, a city renowned for hosting international conferences. As a continental initiative, Pida Week provides a common framework for African stakeholders to deliberate on continental infrastructure development, which is critical for integrating the continent, promoting intra-African trade, and boosting the socio-economic development of the continent. In this regard, This event will build on achievements and the momentum gained in the implementation of Pida infrastructure projects through stakeholder engagement. The 7th Pida Week will also be an opportunity for Kenya to showcase its infrastructure projects while sharing lessons on their implementation. Indeed, Pida, in line with Agenda 2063, encapsulates not only Africa's aspirations for the future, but also identifies key flagship programs which can boost Africa's economic growth and development and lead to the rapid transformation of the continent. As a continent, we must therefore appreciate the various infrastructure development initiatives aimed at promoting regional cooperation and trade. It is in this spirit that Pida came into being at a critical time where there was need to develop a vision and strategic framework for development of regional and continental infrastructure. In this regard, the initiative plays a catalytic role in the implementation of major infrastructure projects, contributing to the aspirations of the Africa's Union Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya continues to implement various infrastructure projects in line with the Pida, key among which is a section of the Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopia Transport LAPSET Corridor Program, which was elevated to PCI category in January 2015. As a regional multimodal infrastructure program, LAPSET is the largest project of its nature in Eastern Africa region. The corridor program continues to open up parts of northern Kenya, southern Ethiopia, and South Sudan. The corridor program will, therefore, accelerate economic activities among the implementing partner countries, which will contribute to significant growth and development in the region. I therefore urge the government of Southern Sudan, Ethiopia, and Kenya to continue to commit in order to attract more and much needed resources from the investors and development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to appreciate the Outer NEPAD, my team at NEPAD APRM Kenya Secretariat, and other stakeholders for coordinating preparations and working tirelessly to ensure the success of this event. In conclusion, let me thank you all for making time to grace this important event and urge us all to forge forward with a renewed determination for the development of infrastructure in our continent. With these few remarks, I take this opportunity to thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations. Asanteni sana, CS National Treasury and Planning, Ambassador Ukur Yatani. Now I can breathe. I have delivered the message. Allow me then to invite our next speaker, His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Hassan Mayaki, the Chief Executive Officer of Africa Union Development Agency, the Outer NEPAD, to make his remarks. Shall we put our hands together and welcome?
Your Excellency, African Union High Representative for Infrastructure, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, Your Excellency, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union Commission, Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the East African Community, Dr. Peter Mutuku Matuki, Honorable Ministers here present, Governor Nairobi County, CEO of the Kenya APRM Kenya, and Kenya Governing Council Chairperson, Professor Michael Cheje. All protocols duly observed. Hanjambo. Welcome to this 7th edition of Pida Week, being held under the theme, Putting Africa on a Firm Footing for Recovery, Growth and Resilience through Infrastructure. First, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency President Kenyatta and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for agreeing to host the 7th Pida Week at such a critical turning point in the global fight against the COVID pandemic. Equal gratitude goes to His Excellency Right Honorable Raila Odinga, African Union High Representative for Infrastructure. Most of the time I have had discussions with you, Your Excellency. What I did observe was a combination of theoretical knowledge of infrastructure issues and at the same time a very practical knowledge of infrastructure issues. This combination is not frequent, and as it is not frequent, when it happens, it demonstrates leadership capabilities. So we are very happy to have you with us here today. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to our esteemed partners and all Pida stakeholders for their kind participation in this hybrid edition of Pida Week. After a 2-year hiatus, this is the first physical Pida Week since the last physical Pida Week we held in Cairo in 2019. The Pida Week is a testament to the human resolve to confront our challenges heads-on, find solutions, and work towards a better future for the next generations. Events of the past 2 years have shown us how interconnected and dependent we are, with events happening on one part of the globe that can affect our global economic systems. Many lives have been lost due to COVID-19, and our economies have been negatively affected, and we know that the socio-economic challenges we are going to face as a continent are further exacerbated. Never has the need for economic and social infrastructure been heightened than in the past 2 years. But if the need to maintain our supply chains and keep our economies running is essential, it is also equivalent to the need for our transport and logistics to get vaccines where they are needed. The need for hospitals to treat the sick, or the advances in ICT to be keeping our industries and commerces running. But most importantly, enabling our children, who are the future of this continent, to continue with their education. Thus, the theme of the 7th edition of Pida Week is befitting. With the benefit of hindsight and drawing lessons from the past, this Pida Week will discuss how, as a continent and the Pida family, we can make our contributions to putting Africa on a firm footing for recovery, growth, and resilience through infrastructure. So allow me to divide my remarks into 3 parts. First, the progresses that have been made since the launch of Pida PAP 2 by the African Union Heads of States in February 2021. The challenges and gaps that remain, and finally, a call to action. Regarding the progresses made, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, much progress has been made in the implementation of Pida projects. Let me exemplify this by citing progresses made by Kenya in various projects. We have all witnessed the progress made on the Nairobi Expressway on our way from the airport. This project is an important link in the North-South corridor that is critical for establishing a trade corridor from Cape to Cairo that will ultimately lead to a land bridge that will connect East Africa to Central and West Africa. In addition, Kenya recently completed the Nairobi-Mombasa Standard Gauge Railway, which is an important step towards a continental high-speed rail network and one of the flagship projects of African Union Agenda 2063, but 6, an integrated continent that has world-class infrastructure that crisscrosses the continent. Significant progress has been attained on the LAPSET infrastructure program intended to create a second strategic regional corridor linking South Sudan and Ethiopia with Kenya's coastline in Lamu. There has been also substantial progresses in the operationalization of the one-stop border post. For example, the OSBPs at Moyale on the border of Kenya and Ethiopia, Malaba on the Kenya-Uganda border, Olili Taveta on the Kenya-Tanzania border, to name a few, that have significantly reduced the time taken by travelers and trucks at the borders significantly to transit through these borders. Let me also highlight the progress made on Kenya-Ethiopia high-voltage transmission line and the section of the Zambia-Tanzania-Kenya interconnector, which I'm informed will come online this year. This will be an important milestone in our continental aspiration to create an Africa single electricity market, as we will be connecting the East Africa power pool to the Southern Africa power pool through the North-South Cape to Cairo transmission corridor. Your Excellency, we are indeed glad that as part of the Pida Week site visit program, which will take place later in the week, we will be able to tour the Lapset Corridor and Lamu Port, Nairobi Expressway, and the Konza City Technopolis to truly see and learn from Kenya's experience on implementing Pida projects. Moving on to Pida PAP 2, allow me to briefly provide a summary update. Since March 2021, AUDA NEPAD has held regional consultations with regional economic communities and member states to discuss the 69 Pida PAP 2 projects. Out of these, we appraised 43 Pida PAP 2 projects using the service delivery mechanism Kicc methodology, developed 31 SDM notification reports and 8 SDM project concept memoranda. We have also synthesized the information gathered to produce detailed project fishes to mobilize further technical and financial support. Our teams are finalizing a Pida PAP 2 investment prospectus that will contain detailed project fish for all the Pida PAP 2 projects. 8 of these projects will be presented to the development financial institutions and partners present here on Tuesday. Now, regarding the challenges and the gaps that remain, we know that much progress has been made in the past year mobilizing resources to facilitate the implementation of our projects. However, more still needs to be done. As you will recall, the Pida PAP 2 financing strategy estimated that $169 billion will be required to finance Pida PAP 2 projects for the next 10 years. Of this, $8.1 billion will be required for project preparation and implementation support. It is worth noting that significant resources have been mobilized for some of the projects, notably $38 million for preparation and regional coordination for the Abidjan-Lagos corridor, $12 million for Ruzizi 4, or even the West Africa solar park projects, whose project preparation costs are fully funded now. However, more needs to be done to ensure that adequate project resources are provided right from the inception to ensure that these projects are prepared to bankability in the shortest possible time. In addition to the project preparation funding gaps, we are also faced with the grim reality of climate change. Extreme weather events are occurring with increased frequency and intensity, resulting in significant damage to infrastructure. All of these combined with the effects of COVID-19 highlight the urgency for us to start seriously looking at the development of resilient infrastructure. The recent experiences have also taught us that resilience cannot be achieved individually, but rather collectively through regional integration. There are a few examples in this regard that I can cite. The Pida PAP2 and other complementary continental initiatives, such as the Africa Single Electricity Market and the Continental Power System Master Plan, to mention but a few, are important steps towards the realization of jointly attaining resilience. However, such initiatives should be complemented by the development of a climate resilience infrastructure design guidelines for all infrastructure sectors and facilitate access to climate finance. Finally, my third point is a call to action. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we note with great satisfaction and much appreciation the support and renewed commitment from the member states of the African Union and our partners towards the successful implementation of Pida PAP2 and other complementary continental initiatives. As our neighbor will continue to work closely, evidently, with the African Union Commission and our partners to mobilize resources to prepare Pida projects to bankability. Through our various instruments, such as the Pida Quality Label, we'll work to ensure excellence in project preparation and reduce project preparation time to between 3 to 4 years. And we will be piloting the concept of green and climate resilient infrastructure corridors in the Central Africa corridor. We also welcome the recent commitment by the European Union to invest 150 billion euros through the Global Gateway Funds announced during the AU-EU summit. But we plead to our partners of the European Union to closely look at the pipeline of Pida PAP2 in order to align the global gateway to the content of Pida PAP2. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by putting in context the importance of the implementation of Pida. As you are all aware, as a continent, we have made considerable progress in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. However, for it to become the game changer that we so desire, we must put in place the necessary infrastructure that will be the key enabler of intra-Africa trade. As a continent whose population is young, intra-Africa trade has the potential to generate employment and generate wealth for our continent. In a context of global uncertainty and complexity, we need to defend our interests and make Africa much more integrated than it is today. Before ending, I realize that in my earlier salutations, I didn't mention you, Honorable Minister, who is here present to represent His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. So I apologize for this omission and wish all of us fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. It's now my joy to welcome the next speaker, Her Excellency Dr. Aman Atu Zaid, who is the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union Commission. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by thanking His Excellency, the President Uhuru Kenyatta, ably represented by His Excellency Minister of Transport. Thank the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the African Union Special Envoy, the government and the people of Kenya for hosting this event, and welcome all the distinguished panelists, participants, whether here in person or online. First request, Your Excellencies, next time we have a Pida week meeting, we would need to have more women on the podium. So, first recommendation. Your Excellencies, it is a great honor for all of us from the African Union Commission and the entire teams to address you on this auspicious occasion of the 7th Pida Week in this beautiful city of Nairobi. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I would like to express our profound gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for hosting this event. And I would also like to thank the government of Kenya, the Office of the African Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the Nepal-Kenya office, the Nairobi city, for the support they have all provided during the planning of this Pida Week, not to mention our teams at the African Union Commission, at the AUDA NEPAD, at UNECA, the African Development Bank, but also thank our partners who supported through financial and technical support this important event. It is refreshing to be able to meet again in person since the last physical Pida Week held in November 2019 in Cairo. The COVID-19 pandemic forced us, unfortunately, to hold the 2020 Pida Week virtually, thanks to technology. Thankfully, we are finally now able to hold the event face-to-face. I must salute the determination of all those who have worked tirelessly to make it a success. It is very hard for me to make a speech after the one made by my brother Mayaki, who has been, guiding us and mentoring all of us working in infrastructure on this continent. And I take this opportunity to particularly recognize and thank him for an excellent and outstanding career and leadership in leading infrastructure development in Africa, and I would appreciate if we give him personally a round of applause. Infrastructure is fundamentally important for development, whatever the sector is. No meaningful development has ever or can ever take place without significant investments in infrastructure. This is going to be even more critical as it is in the recovery and resilience in the post-COVID phase. I am encouraged to observe that our African countries have prioritized or are prioritizing infrastructure development as more and more new projects are being unveiled. One could say that the continent is practically under construction. I've witnessed, on the way from the airport, the Great Highway and many other infrastructure throughout my visits around the continent. Now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union heads of states and governments have provided clear leadership with respect to infrastructure development in Africa through the adoption of the second phase of Pida projects at the summit in February 2021. The vision and the message are clear, that Africa cannot continue to develop in a fragmented way through disjoint national inward-looking projects. Pida provides the continent with a strategy and an opportunity to develop its infrastructure in a coherent and integrated manner that addresses the need for interconnectivity for people, for goods and services, and to move the continent forward. The 69 Pida PAP2 projects are like individual pieces of a large jigsaw puzzle. Each piece is important for completing the picture. In the case of Pida, each project is important in closing a critical infrastructure gap. And what is really fascinating and commendable in the development of these 69 projects, that we made sure that they are inclusive, that the consultation process was lengthy and exhausting, but inclusive. And I would like to particularly recognize and thank the regional economic communities, all our African countries, but also our partners who have been with us in this journey. Since our meeting in Cairo in 2019, we have identified clear criteria for selecting the projects. We wanted to make sure that we have, first, less projects, but more meaningful ones, that they are looking at the gender aspect, the climate resilience, smart technologies, and they benefit also from a corridor approach that bridge urban-rural gaps, but also that complement each other, not to have any isolated, low-impact projects. So the process that led to the 69 projects has been, as I said, lengthy, but worthwhile, because now, for the first time, we are having 69 regional transcontinental projects that are forward-looking, and they have all benefited from the lessons learned in the first phase of the Pida program, the previous 10 years. However, these 69 projects or infrastructure projects that we are developing are not just brick and mortar or cables and steel. They are not only closing important physical gaps, but they are closing socioeconomic ones too. They open opportunities for jobs for our African youth and corridors for trade across the continent under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Each of the 69 projects was selected after fulfilling rigorous criteria. One such criterion was to ensure that the projects close the gender divide and provide opportunities for women entrepreneurs. We do not want women to be left behind anymore when it comes to infrastructure. Also, to close the urban-rural divide through the integrated approach, and to look closely at our climate concerns, since our continent is very hardly and harshly hit by climate hazards. The African Union Commission, AUDA-NEPAD, and other Pan-African continental organizations are working closely with regional organizations and national institutions to make sure that this mosaic of projects is implemented in a well-coordinated and timely manner. I must at this juncture commend the African Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for his relentless commitment in communicating the vision of integrated infrastructure development in the continent and his tireless efforts in unlocking bottlenecks and other challenges to ensure that Pida projects are successful, and for his guidance to me, myself, on a personal note. On its part, the African Union Commission, providing the political leadership at the continental level, policy and strategic direction to ensure the needed environment for implementing Africa's priorities in line with the African Union Agenda 2063 and other continental commitments. This includes, of course, mobilizing the necessary partnerships where Africa speaks with one voice on her priorities to determine our own destiny. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would have or could still, highlight many of the initiatives which we have undertaken since the launch of Pida PAP2, but I see that my brother, Dr. Mayaki, has elaborated on those, so I will spare you maybe this part, except to remind everyone that with the African single electricity market launched in last June, which is going to be the largest in the world, to remind everyone also that the single African air transport market has now 35 countries who've joined, so we still need 20, but we already did a great progress, and to also allude to the fact that for the first time in our Pida programs, we are having ICT connectivity. And by the way, we've done that before even COVID erupted, but we were reading the future. We were sure that digitalization is very much part of Africa's future, and we wanted to make sure that all Africans are connected, hence this focus on ICT even before COVID. Excellency, maybe I will divert from a written speech to reiterate the call made by Dr. Mayaki, and I'm sure all of us can associate ourselves with this call. Excellencies, we have been in this business, some of us like myself, for a long time. Many pledges have been made to Africa, very few have been concretized. And I must say, from our side in Africa, we maybe have not always been up to the expectations when it comes to the good, fundaments for good projects that are that could be presented for finance and for implementation. Now we have these projects, and they have been developed with everybody involved. They have all the good criteria that are needed and that could be even perceived and looking forward. We are all one, and when I say we, it's the REX, it's the Audanipad, it's the ADB, ourselves at the Commission, UNECA, and everybody. So this is a call for action, for implementation. And we are supporting as well the preparation process. We are looking further also in prioritizing some of the projects with the degree of preparedness that is needed to make them ready for finance. So the call for our African financiers, whether public or private, for international financiers, public and private, to invest in Africa, to invest in infrastructure in Africa. And if there is one lesson COVID-19 has taught us, is that no one is safe until everyone is safe. And no one is prosperous until everyone is prosperous. And this continent has a huge opportunity also to give to the world and to our investors in terms of infrastructure. So hence my call for action around the already ready to launch Pida projects. With this, Your Excellency, I look forward a very exciting, energizing Pida week, which already started very well this morning. Thank again to the people and government of Kenya, and wish everybody fruitful deliberations, and I thank you.
Wow. It's loaded. Messaging coming from our guests. Before I introduce our next speaker, I think I'd like to give us a chance to stand and stretch. If you could stand and just stretch where you are. Okay? Just to make sure that your oxygen is flowing. Thank you. You may sit. It's now my singular joy and duty to invite our next speaker, a revered leader, one who does not need introduction, has served in various capacities, and back home we call him Baba. And so it's my joy at this time to invite the Africa Union Commissioner, a representative for Infrastructure Development, His Excellency, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to give his speech to us.
Thank you. He made me a commissioner. I'm not a commissioner, I'm a high representative for infrastructure. The Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy in the African Union, Dr. Amani Zain, my brother, Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, the CEO of AUDA NEPAD, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In Swahili, they say hamjambo, meaning the good afternoon. I am very delighted to stand before you today to attend this meeting, which has been said by the Commissioner for Infrastructure that it is a very crucial meeting for the continent. Let me begin by introducing the Executive Director in my office, Ambassador Elkanah Odembo, who is here in the audience. So let me then welcome you, the AU team, to Nairobi, and also to thank the AU for choosing Kenya as the host of this important conference. I want to recognize and appreciate the work that we have done and continue to do as a continent, and the effort being put in mainstreaming infrastructure as a tool for Africa's integration and economic growth. My office is like a catalyst to ensure that the programs that have been agreed upon by the heads of state of African Union are actually implemented. Between 2013 and 2017, the average annual funding for the infrastructure development in Africa rose to $77 billion from about $39 billion in the first quarter of the 21st century. West Africa and East Africa have particularly been resurgent in this aspect. Although there is much talk about Chinese investment in Africa's infrastructure, African governments have substantially increased their spending on infrastructure. It now stands somewhere around 42%. Our governments are making bold commitments to pursue infrastructure as a pillar of the continental free trade and integration agenda. The idea of a united Africa is as old as the continent itself, and those of us gathered here should take pride in being critical players in the final lap of a historic race that our fathers started but never got to finish. Remember, Nkrumah said that Africa will not be free until every inch of the continent is free. That time, when they were forming the OAU. Despite the progress, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's infrastructure data remains humbling and disturbing. Up to 80% of our infrastructure projects are failing at the feasibility and business planning stage. Experts and potential partners are beginning to talk of Africa's infrastructure paradox, a situation where there is extremely high demand for projects, sufficient supply of capital and investors, and voluminous potential projects, but there is insufficient investment in infrastructure projects within the continent. The result is that Africa is home to more than 2/3 of the global population without access to electricity. It is estimated that by the year 2040, Africa's road network deficit will stand at a minimum of 60,000 kilometers. The rail network deficit will be approximately 30,000 kilometers by 2040. Africa is in dire need of some 17 new airports and some 7 new waterports. Despite Africa's tremendous energy production and distribution potential, our total installed capacity of 145 gigawatts is about the same as the installed capacity of South Korea, which is 130 gigawatts, with a population of 52 million people. Reports indicate that India connected 100 million people to electricity in 2018. In that period, Africa connected just 20 million people. We continue to lag behind the rest of the world in the reach and quality of ICT penetration. In a nutshell, all our best efforts of recent decades are not good enough. Over the past 3 years, my office has worked closely with the AODA NEPAD and various stakeholders in advancing the planning and implementation of the continent's 40 key transport corridors, high-speed railway projects, 19 ports, and 53 airports. My office has also supported the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo in positioning the Grand Inga hydropower project as a priority continental energy project for Africa. The African Development Bank estimates that the continent's infrastructure needs range between the US $130 billion up to $170 billion a year. The financing gap is estimated to range between US $70 to $100 billion a year. Under the Pida Priority Action Plan 2, some 69 infrastructure projects have been adopted by the AU heads of state. These projects represent an aggregate capital expenditure of $160 billion US. Lessons from the Pida Part 1 can be important for Pida Part 2 projects. For instance, more than 50% of the Pida Part 1 projects did not get to construction or operation stages. And some 30% of the PAP 1 projects did not go beyond feasibility stage. I've been saying before that feasibility studies have become an industry in the continent. Experts come, do a feasibility study, abandoned. A few years later, another feasibility study, another feasibility study. In the end, you find that the amount of money spent on feasibility studies is much more than what is required to implement the projects. The lack of financing for project preparation costs, as well as the project implementation costs, is the primary reason for this failure. The NEFAD Infrastructure Project Preparation Facility by African Development Bank, the service delivery mechanism by the AU, and the specialized agencies for cross-border projects are in line with my continued call for a robust infrastructure fund for Africa to support project preparation and implementation. As I have stated, I recognize that there has been significant infrastructure financing by our governments. What is missing is the private sector and the institutional investors financing. PAP 2 needs a financing strategy that focuses on the private sector and public-private partnerships, PPPs. Institutional investors, both local and international, government agencies from the US, UAE, China, France, UK, all have an appetite for African infrastructure projects. Again, what is needed here is a pipeline of bankable projects. Experts are telling us that these alternatives investors have some US 2.5 trillion that could be unleashed for various Africa infrastructure assets over the next 5 years. We need to create an enabling environment, complete with bankable projects, for these monies to unlock our infrastructure needs. Beyond financing, AODA, NEPAD, and the AFDB have identified 5 necessary enabling elements for the successful implementation of PAP 2 projects. Number 1 is the national ownership. This is meant to ensure regional projects are included in national development plans. Number 2 is regional commitment. Here we need regional economic communities to include prioritized regional projects in the regional infrastructure master plans. Number 3 is capacity building for transnational project management. This will ensure that the much needed coordination of the various stakeholders involved in these large and complex projects. Number 4 is strong advocacy from the AUC, AODA, NEPAD, UNECA, AFDB to help mobilize the needed resources. Number 5 is enhanced project quality standards. We need this to increase the investor confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is a monumental policy success for Africa and a potential game changer. The agreement aims to make the continent a single trading market that will be one of the largest free trade zones in the world since the WTO was established in 1995. But as it stands today, Africa remains a marginal player in the global trade in goods. Africa also trades minimally with itself. It is projected that the free trade agreement will increase the value of intra-African trade by between 15 to 25% by the year 2040. However, trade liberalization policies alone will not be sufficient to drive intra-African trade. It will take enhanced, new, and appropriate physical and soft infrastructure for Africa trade to become a reality. I therefore wish to call on our government and development institutions to undertake the following. 1, let us go all out to improve the flow of private sector financing. 2, let us relocate government financing to prevent crowding out of private sector financing. 3, let us strengthen collaboration with the national and multinational financial institutions for infrastructure development. And I've said before that there's a lot of funding that is lying idle on the continent. We've said, the insurance funds, the institutional funds, which are lying idle in various countries. So these funds can be pulled together, and only 5% of these funds invested in infrastructure in the continent would make a big change in terms of infrastructure development in the continent. We do not necessarily just have to rely on foreign funding for the infrastructure projects. We can do it by investing the funds which we are keeping idle at the moment on the continent. To the private sector developers and investors, this is the time to invest even more capital upfront in order to ensure that projects are feasible and correctly prepared right from the earliest development phases for infrastructure to be an attractive investment opportunity. I want to conclude by repeating what I've said before, that the African continent is the richest continent in terms of resources. Unfortunately, Africa is also the poorest in terms of living conditions of our people. And Africa does not need to look anywhere. In terms of manpower, Africa now has got sufficient manpower. A lot of African brain power is developing other parts of the world. We need to mobilize our both human and natural resources for the betterment of the people of this continent. And we need to open up the continent. And we need to take decisive measures to enable this project to be implemented. We have mentioned, Dr. Mayaki mentioned the LAPSET project, which is the Lamu Port, South Sudan, and Ethiopia Transport Corridor. But that is just phase 1 of it. It is intended to be continued through Central African Republic, Bangui, all the way to Cameroon and port of Kribi, to create a land bridge that links the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean and opening the interior of the continent. All those landlocked countries like Chad, Niger, and the Central African Republic, and so on. But how do you then continue through South Sudan and Central African Republic when the troops and those, how do you call them, are right there in the bushes? We must ensure that Africa, the Africa is continent itself, the AU, must be able to come together and make a decisive political decision to open up Africa for development. If this is not happened, Africa will continue to lag behind the rest of the world. African lion is lying, but African lion has given the Asian tiger a notice that it wants to reclaim the 21st century as the African century. Let the African leaders wake up so that the African lion can roar before the end, the mid of this century. By the time we reach 2063, when we are going to be celebrating the AU's centenary, Africa should be on the rise. I thank you.
Wow. Africa should roar. Africa Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development. Thank you for words of wisdom. At this particular time, I need to be guided. We have some of the speakers online, whether they are online, so that as I ask again His Excellency to come back and introduce the next speakers, I just want to be guided that we have His Excellency Kikwete online. Okay, we have that, okay? And so this role, I would like to request again, His Excellency, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to come and introduce the next two speakers that will be coming here to speak to us. Thank you.
I'm back again. Before I invite the next speaker, let me first take this opportunity to declare the Pida Week officially opened. Having done that, it is now my place and duty to introduce my brother, my colleague, my friend, the former president of the Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, to address this audience. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa and the Africa Coordinating Unit, of which I'm chairman of the board, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and for associating our organization with the 7th Pida Week in Nairobi. We welcome the idea of coming together to put Africa on a firm footing for recovery, growth, and resilience through infrastructure as we continue to contend
Unfortunately,
with COVID-19.
we are not able to hear. Is there the engineering team?
It needs no emphasizing that the
sure
pandemic has disproportionately affected our continent. It is setting back both our social and economic development priorities.
Are we getting breakthrough with the sound?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa and the Africa Coordinating Unit, of which I'm chairman.
Our technical team, are we on top of this? Okay, we're told to give a minute. Sorry about that. This shall have been tested before. Okay.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa and the Africa Coordinating Unit, of which I'm chairman of the board, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and for associating our organization with the 7th Pida Week in Nairobi. We welcome the idea of coming together to put Africa on a firm footing for recovery, growth and resilience through infrastructure as we continue to contend with COVID-19. It needs no emphasizing that the pandemic has disproportionately affected our continent. It is setting back both our social and economic development priorities, and according to the World Bank, it is pushing about 40 million Africans into extreme poverty. With African governments prioritizing vaccination drives and increasing recurrent expenditure on avoiding further fallouts from the pandemic,
we need some
we must
interface with the
remain
tech
watchful
team to see whether you're making
of our
progress
development
or
priorities
make some decision here.
and rely on the consistent investment in and maintenance of infrastructure, specifically in climate resilient infrastructure to secure water needs for Africa's prosperity, for industrialization, and for growth. Not only is water the first line of defense against disease and infection, but it is also the foundation on which we will achieve universal health care, education, economic growth, job creation, and poverty eradication.
Okay, we've tried.
At no time has the need to invest in climate resilient water infrastructure been more urgent than now, as we face the double threat of current and future pandemics, as well as climate change, which will further distort rainfall patterns, impair farming systems, and threaten food security. About 95% of African food production is still rain-fed. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 in 3 Africans face water insecurity. 400 million lack access to safe drinking water, and 700 million have no access to good sanitation enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Uhuru Kenyatta was supposed to officially open the meeting. He's not available to attend. He sent apologies, but his greetings also to all those who have attended, and he has delegated the duty to Minister in charge of infrastructure in the country here, Mr. James Macharia, who is going to come to represent him here today. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Macharia.
I feel very privileged because it's not every day I get introduced by the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. It's a really special honor. I'm former Prime Minister, and who is also the High Rep for Infrastructure Development in Africa. Like I said, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, Dr. Amani Abu Zaid, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union Commission. His Excellency, if you can hear us now, Honorable Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, Ibrahim Asane Mayaki, outgoing CEO, Auda Nepad. We have the EAC's Secretary General, Dr. Peter Mathuki, and of course, the CAS Treasury, Your Excellencies, the heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Before I read the President's speech, because after I do so, I can't say anything else, let me thank the Honorable Raila Odinga for being so passionate in terms of infrastructure development, not just in Africa, but in particular in our own country. Many of you who are here from other countries, you may not know that Right Honorable Raila Odinga is himself an engineer of roads. Himself has been Minister for Roads in this country. And so we feel extremely honored that indeed he was given that special recognition to be AU's HR for infrastructure, because he has a passion. You go to Honorable Raila Odinga's office, even before, actually, we decided to have these meetings, you see the map of Africa with all the highways, and he knows all the highways on his fingertips. And so, with him, and of course, Commissioner Amani, an outgoing CEO of NEPAD, Mr. Mayaki, we feel we have a special team which indeed has brought Africa out from the shadows in regard to infrastructure. And that's why, without saying too much, I know we are greatly honored, we are greatly privileged to have Honorable Raila Odinga, even for the journey ahead. Those of you who are Kenyans, you know what I mean. That indeed, if you have somebody so passionate, committed to infrastructure, who has been looking down on the infrastructure of 54 countries, what if he focuses all that energy into one country called Kenya? That's a privilege which cannot be seen anywhere else. But we really thank God for that. And so thank you once again for the support. Whatever you're seeing here, it is a journey which we shall continue with Honorable Raila Odinga. And so now let me read the President's speech. This is indeed a speech from His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, who, like Honorable Raila Odinga said, could have wanted to be with us this afternoon, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to do so. And I read, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to address the 7th program for infrastructure development in Africa, Pida Week. The Pida Week gives us all, the African continent, an opportunity to review and reflect on progress made in the implementation of infrastructure programs, and to discuss ways to overcome identified challenges, realizing the Pida vision. Since inception in 2015, Pida Week has evolved into a leading platform for mobilizing resources for infrastructure development in Africa and marketing Pida projects and other transboundary projects in the continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when the government of Kenya was requested by the African Union Development Agency, New Partnership for Africa's Development, AUDA, NEPAD, to host the 7th Pida Week late last year, we did not hesitate. The request in terms of logistical commitments of our country we did not hesitate to make sure we supported that request. And that's why we are here, despite the COVID-19 related constraints. This is because we recognize Pida as one of the continent's most far-sighted and transformative programs. Our continent remains highly fragmented. Infrastructure is one of the most critical barriers to trade. Indeed, infrastructure is a more critical barrier to Africa trade than tariffs. In some cases, especially where transportation of goods is by road, transport costs contribute as much as 40% to the cost of goods. We cannot, therefore, fully realize the benefits of AfCFTA without a well-developed infrastructure network across the continent. This is the context in which Kenya has been at the forefront of championing regional and continental infrastructure development. The Lamu Port, Southern Sudan, Ethiopia Transport Corridor, which is endorsed by the governments of Southern Sudan, Kenya, and Ethiopia, and the Northern Corridor project reflect Kenya's commitment to strengthening regional infrastructure. The LAPSET corridor is aligned to key African Union infrastructure frameworks, including the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, Dakar Financing Strategy, DFS 16, and the Presidential Infrastructure Championship Initiative, PICI. The elevation of LAPSET to the Presidential Infrastructure Championship Initiative in 2005 placed the project in a special category of infrastructure projects being championed by respective heads of state and government under the African Union. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have made small but important steps towards realizing our continental vision of connecting Cape to Cairo and Lamu to Douala. The LAPSET Corridor program is part of the program to create a large bridge connecting the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean. It will connect Eastern and Western African regions from Lamu to the port of Douala in Cameroon, via Bangui in the Central African Republic. Further, the Lamu port will provide an alternative corridor connecting Ethiopia and Southern Sudan. In addition to strengthening integration of the continent, the LAPSET will provide alternative routes for moving goods and services across Africa and into international market. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya has assigned significant annual budgetary allocations to facilitate the implementation of Lamu Port. The first 3 berths have now been completed together with other essential port infrastructure. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Northern Corridor is a multimodal trade route linking the landlocked countries of the Great Lakes region with the Kenyan maritime seaport of Mombasa. It aims to facilitate interstate and transit trade amongst member states of Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, Southern Sudan, and Uganda, and envisions a seamless, economic, smart, and green transport corridor. To facilitate interstate and transit trade, the government of Kenya is linking its road networks to the Northern Corridor. The East Africa Coastal Corridor Development Project will link the border town of Lunga Lunga to the Kenyan coastal strip through Malindi. The Sirare corridor will form an integral link with the border town of Sirare on the border of Kenya and Tanzania to southern Sudan at Nakodok. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the Pida Week, putting Africa on the firm footing for recovery, growth and resilience through infrastructure, focuses on a key challenge of our time. During the COVID-19 pandemic, most governments have reallocated budgetary resources to the immediate needs of containing and managing the health crisis. In the process, this has created a shortfall in the already underfunded infrastructure sector. As African countries, we therefore need to put in place policies and strategies that promote and increase domestic resource mobilization, attract private investment, and create an environment that attracts growth of quality infrastructure projects. I therefore urge deeper engagement between Pida and the private sector, as well as our development partners. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to note that during the Pida Week, Kenya will showcase some infrastructure, national, and transboundary development projects, including LAPSET Corridor Program. Let me invite you to tour the Nairobi Expressway, which is the largest expressway in Africa. It stretches a total of 52 kilometers from Lorongo in Machakos County in the east to Riloni in Kiambu County in the west. For those who will tour the Lamu Port, you witness the great promise of this investment. The first berth was commissioned in May 2021, and ships have started calling at the port. Where we have a long way to go, these projects demonstrate what is possible when we work together with a shared vision for an integrated and prosperous Africa. In closing, let me once again say how pleased I am to welcome you to Kenya and to invite you to enjoy the hospitality of the Kenyan people and the beauty of the country. I thank you. Signed off, Uhuru Kenyatta, President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, because you are speaking on behalf of His Excellency, the President. Now, we are told that President Kikwete is now online, and now that the President has officially opened the meeting, I have the honor and pleasure once again to invite my brother, Ndugu Jakaya Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ndugu, karibu. Welcome.
It needs no emphasizing that the pandemic has disproportionately affected our continent. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa and the Africa Coordinating Unit, of which I'm chairman of the board, and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and for associating our organization with the 7th Pida Week in Nairobi. We welcome the idea of coming together to put Africa on a firm footing for recovery, growth and resilience through infrastructure as we continue to contend with COVID-19. It needs no emphasizing that the pandemic has disproportionately affected our continent. It is setting back both our social and economic development priorities, and according to the World Bank, it is pushing about 40 million Africans into extreme poverty. With African governments prioritizing vaccination drives and increasing recurrent expenditure on avoiding further fallouts from the pandemic, we must remain watchful of our development priorities and rely on the consistent investment in and maintenance of infrastructure, specifically in climate-resilient infrastructure to secure water needs for Africa's prosperity, for industrialization, and for growth. Not only is water the first line of defense against disease and infection, but it is also the foundation on which we will achieve universal health care, education, economic growth, job creation, and poverty eradication. At no time has the need to invest in climate-resilient water infrastructure been more urgent than now, as we face the double threat of current and future pandemics, as well as climate change, which will further distort rainfall patterns, impair farming systems, and threaten food security. About 95% of African food production is still rain-fed. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 in 3 Africans face water insecurity. 400 million lack access to safe drinking water, and 700 million have no access to good sanitation in Africa. As we assemble for this 7th Pida Week, we have the rare opportunity to propose policies and measures to address these challenges. It is heartwarming indeed to note that for the first time, water projects make up almost 20% of all prioritized Pida projects for the 2nd Priority Action Plan, Pida PAP 2, which we ran between 2021 and 2030. This is up from the 2% in Pida PAP 1. We, in the Global Water Partnership in Africa, highly appreciate this landmark decision. Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, there is increased political will. There is focus on water security across African Union member states, project owners and partners. In part, this is happening thanks to the efforts of AUDA NEPAD, the Global Water Partnership Africa, and others who have been instrumental in increasing the visibility of water and improving capacity to prepare projects. However, our challenge remains that of securing adequate financing and resources necessary for execution. Current investments in water and sanitation in Africa stands at between $10 billion and $19 billion per annum. The African Ministers' Council on Water estimates that $30 billion would need to be invested annually if we are to meet the SDG targets on water by 2030. The African Development Bank estimates that $64 billion should be invested annually to meet the 2025 Africa Water Vision of water security for all. Therefore, there is need to urgently close the water investment gap of between $45 to $54 billion annually. It is in this regard that African Ministers' Council on Water, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, the Global Water Partnership Africa, the African Development Bank, and other development partners are actively supporting the implementation of the Continental Africa Water Investment Program, which in February 2021, the African Union Assembly of Heads of State and Government adopted as part of Pida Part 2. The overarching objective is to accelerate delivery of water investments on the continent, and as mentioned earlier, to mobilize the $30 billion investments required annually up to the year 2030. This would also create 5 million jobs for the most vulnerable people on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the history of the Africa Water Investment Program can be traced back to the year 2016, when the then Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, and the then President of the World Bank, Dr. Jim Kim, established a high-level panel on water. In its report in 2018, the panel recommended the establishment of a water investment program for Africa. In pursuit of that recommendation, in 2019, the African Ministers' Council on Water directed that the Africa Water Investment Program should be conceived. This directive was implemented and accomplished in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Water Investment Program addresses obstacles to investments and financing for climate-resilient water investments in Africa. Acquiring or getting the financing and resources that Africa needs for water security will depend on a sustained high-level political will and strong implementation and follow-up mechanisms. It is for this reason that AUDA-NEPAD, AMCAL, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the African Development Bank, OECD, UNICEF, the World Bank, and the other partners initiated the development of a first-of-its-kind water investment scorecard. I'm sure we're all aware that on 6 February this year, the 35th Assembly of the Heads of State and Government of the African Union endorsed the Water Investment Scorecard. The Water Investment Scorecard will support countries to track progress, set benchmarks, identify bottlenecks, and take requisite action to meet the investment needs to achieve SDG 6 targets on water and sanitation. Countries will be acting on the assumption that 3 key elements are necessary to attract investments into the Africa water sector. These include 1, an enabling environment with strong forward-looking and inclusive governance systems. 2, improved financing structures, incentives, and cost recovery mechanisms for the water sector. And 3, that there are mechanisms to track, monitor, and evaluate the performance and sustainability of investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Water Investment Scorecard will require governments to identify the changes required to increase water investment and identify opportunities from cross-country learning and challenges. We believe the scorecard will enhance accountability for results in mobilization of water investments and in peer review mechanisms at continental, regional, national, subnational, and community levels. The Water Investment Scorecard will be presented regularly to the African heads of state and government to enable them to know what is happening in the water sector in their respective countries. It will serve as an important guide for the appropriate action. We cannot fix what we cannot measure. The Water Investment Scorecard gives us the opportunity to measure our gaps and work together to develop African-born strategies to close them. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to call on their excellencies and distinguished delegates assembled here today to use the opportunity presented by the record number of water projects selected for Pida PAP 2 to support the implementation of the Continental Africa Water Investment Program. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, in absentia, please let's appreciate former President Kicc, of course, representing the Global Water Partnership for Africa. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I know we have many of our partners who are tuned in online, and we want to appreciate them as well. Just as we get to the tail end of this opening session, allow me to also quickly mention our partners and sponsors for the 7th Pida Week. And of course, in no particular order, I'll start with the African Union. So let's all give a hearty round of applause to the African Union as well. The staff, the teams working behind the scenes. Out and apart, want to appreciate you. A round of applause, please, to them as well. We have representation from the African Development Bank as well as our key partners. Let's give them a round of applause. The European Union as well. Let's appreciate them. We have the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Let's give them a round of applause. We appreciate the German Corporation. Of course, GIZ is well represented as well. Let's give them a round of applause. We have JICA. The Japanese corporation. We thank you as well. And then the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, ECA. Thank you. And of course, I mentioned Global Water Partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, I now just quickly take over from my co-moderator, the CAS, the National Treasury, that's Honorable Wafuko. I'll just give you a brief outline into how we'll move from here. Seeing that we're done now with the opening session, we'll have a short panel discussion. But before that, the two key things I need to mention. We have journalists who, of course, are representing the Pida. This is the Pida Journalists Network. I just want them to please be on standby, and they could just kindly walk to the front. The photographers, the cameramen, we're just going to have a quick photo session on my left, and I'd urge the teams at the back, if you still have the pyros, let's have that as we celebrate the opening of the 7th Pida Week. So, Excellencies, I would kindly ask you to please be upstanding. We'll just take a quick break. And of course, enjoy the entertainment from Muhoza Band. Muhoza Band, if you could just play an interlude as we conduct the photo session. So I'm going to kindly ask our excellencies to just walk right to the front here. And you'll position yourselves for a group photo. Hold that first. Thank you very much. I'll ask you to have your masks off, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all right. Let's stop the pyros, please. Let's stop the pyros. Let's hold the pyros. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate our excellencies as well for a well-conducted opening session. We thank them for their time. All right, just stop the pyros. Thank you very much. Let me have, all right, yes, thank you. We're trying to get a picture here right to the front. Ladies and gentlemen, Okay, I'm waiting for the cue. Shall we all? Thank you. Thank you very much. Excellencies, I'm going to invite you to your seats, please. For a quick water break. Yes, please, right here at the stage. Please stay at the stage. Dr. Mayaki, I'll have our cabinet secretary. Let's maintain our seats, please. Right on stage. Yeah. All right, let's have our seats here, sir, and then we can progress. I'm going to invite any questions from the Pida Journalist Network. I'm going to invite any questions. It's an open plenary, just a very short opening plenary before we have Dr. Fuko come back up for a quick quick moderation as well. So we will still stay on stage for a quick panel discussion, and after which we will take a break as well. So we'll have a short panel discussion right at the front. Okay? Yes, right here at the stage. Yes, sir. Okay. I'm going to invite any questions we have from the media, please. By show of hands. All right, I stand guided that we will release our excellencies on stage. And, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will still follow guidance for the next panel discussion right here on stage.
Mukangala wiyeme buto, mukangala lisinya musumba, mukangala wiyeme buto, mukangala lisinya musumba, mukangala. kisumo. Haya tera dane dala. Haya tera dane kisumo. Kisumo bel kisumo. Tera dane kisumo. Kisumo bel kisumo. Tera dane kisumo. Haya tera dane pacho. Haya tera dane dala. Aya tera dane kisumo, kisumo ber, kisumo, tera dane kisumo, kisumo ber, kisumo, tera dane kisumo, tegeido tera winam aido meli tera dane, togeido tera kisumo, aido meli tera dane. Boda boda, swaya kodale. Anadaro kenda, hongenga matera. Anadaro kenda, hongenga matera. Binidong jadala, binidong osipna, binidong jatura, binidong jadala, binidong osipna, binidong jatura, binidong jatela, binidong osipna, binidong. Omenamit kibuye, tera dane kisumo, gegemit nyawita, tera dane kisumo, obamlamit manyata yawa, tera dane kisumo, botamit nyawita, tera dane kisumo, omenamit kibuye, tera dane kisumo, gegemit nyawita, tera dane kisumo, obamlamit manyata yawa, tera dane kisumo, gegemit nyawita, tera dane kisumo, gegeido tera winam aido meli tera dane, tokaido tera kisumo, aido meli tera dane, boda boda swaya kodele. Anadwaro kenda, ongenga matera. Anadwaro kenda, ongenga matera. Binidong jadala, binidong osipna, binidong. Alubewo Achihoya ukifika Chilifi Ariaho Makobeni ukiona Munazi mwana tuma kerese wa Mangweni mananua uchi manasiriga makiamba we mutumia we kwira moko 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 mutumia we mutumia we mutumia we kwira moko 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 mutumia we kwira moko
mwana mer omwana mayiye shipenzi umwana shindubutswa omwana swekhe omwana yenyine haoko haoko. Nimepanda milima na mabonde, nimepita misitu na nyika kaogelea, mito na bahari aoko, aoko, aoko. Nimekutana na vipusa, nyuso zinazong'aa, meno maziwa, machogololi, mwanya mdomoni, aoko, aoko yeye. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. 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 Nifikiria kwa Oko, sili sisiki, sura yangu tabasamu, roho haidundi, bali hurukaruka. Aoko, 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 aoko. O mwana mer, o mwana mayeye, shipenzi umwana shindubutswa, o mwana swekhe, o mwana yenyine. Aoko, aoko ye. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Wananiuliza, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Uko wapi mama? Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Uko wapi sheri? Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko.
Na haisete irima ngaikuruka meriko ngaviginya metitu natufira iriaine nodire dona aongetawe wiwakwa wiwa ariadaka magegomero mahana iria marijarome iria iganago maido manene hemono tandongu.
Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama.
Recording in progress.
Hello, hello. Sound there. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me in your side?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3.
So we are okay. We are good.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting our award ceremony. Just giving a cue, though, we're about to start the award ceremony. Please, if you're joined online as well, just be on standby again. Our guests will walk in, after which we will begin immediately. So kindly asking you all to, if you're listening to us and you're in the other room having your refreshments, if you could kindly rush so that you can join us in the Savo Ballroom where we'll start. All right, I stand guided. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure to invite on stage CEO out in the pod, His Excellency Dr. Mayaki, to come up, and our guest as well. I see Honorable Ofuko is joining him as well. Let's have our guests come up. I'd like to invite you all to this session, where we'll be looking at service delivery mechanism, that's SDM, which is Pida Quality Label, that's PQL Awards Ceremony. And we'll have various speakers just kind of setting the scene, setting the stage as well, and after which we will progress on. like to also specially recognize Madam Angelica Vasilka, who's from the GIZ support to Pida. Thank you for being with us on stage as well. At this point as well, just to give you a bit of direction, we'll hear from our three dignitaries right at the front, and after which we'll also have a conversation with the awardees and the certificate representation ceremony. So I'd want to have the following on standby. That's Dr. Kamagusha Kazora, Mr. Lenkath Mai, and also Captain Dudon Dukanade, to also just be on standby right at the front. I'll be calling you up for the award ceremony as we go along. So without further ado, I know it's been quite a busy afternoon and a very taxing one for the morning as well. I think this is the third time I'm calling him up on stage to speak. So Your Excellency, Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, it's now your chance to just make brief remarks, just basically setting the scene for the service delivery mechanism. This is SDM and PKL, even as we head into the award ceremony shortly. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me quickly go through 5 points. As you know, Pida is a long journey, and before the design of Pida, we had an issue at continental level of prioritization of regional infrastructure projects. Nationally, we knew how to do infrastructure project, but regionally, we were in a learning curve. So each regional economic community had a master plan, but the coherence between the master plans of regional economic communities was not really satisfactory. So as the Commissioner for Infrastructure, Dr. Abu Zaid said this morning, we used a bottom-up approach with all our stakeholders, African Development Bank, World Bank, and evidently the regional economic communities. PIDA is a product of a bottom-up process starting with the master plans of the regional economic communities. So it allowed a coherent prioritization of regional projects. But at the same time, extracting from these master plans priority regional projects, we realized, and that was the diagnosis, that the quality in terms of investability and bankability of these projects was not at the standards. And we had to invest in a specific function, which is project preparation and project development. On the continental scene, we had more than 25 project preparation facilities. Stakeholders were confused about with which project preparation facility to liaise and how to interact with them. So we used that symbolism. How can we put 25, 26, 27 rabbits and make one elephant? And that led us to thinking about the service delivery mechanism, which is fundamentally focused on project preparation, and the hardest part of project preparation, which is early stage project preparation, where the private sector will never come in. So this is how SDM, the service delivery mechanism, was built. It compensated the deficit by focusing on the creation of capacity in project preparation, project development, and we had from there to strengthen the methodology for project preparation and project development. And most of the stories that positive stories that you have heard today are linked directly or indirectly to SDM. Because this is a niche which was not managed in an efficient manner. So we sorted out the function and we created the niche and we applied the methodology. But with all the stakeholders together. And that did help us in starting with the first Pida instrument, which was for us fundamental because it was foundational. It could help move towards bankability and investability. And afterwards, we moved to the job creation toolkit, which allows to measure how many jobs can be created when you have project X or project Y. Now, moving further, we needed to link to the Pida process a quality label that would be African. We could have used imported quality labels, but we decided to construct our own quality label, and we did it in a consultative manner and in an inclusive manner. So now we have a tool, and that tool is part of our toolkit of instruments that allow us to better implement Pida. So these are the points I wanted to highlight. Bottom-up process in design, identification of deficit in project preparation, rationalization of the dispersion of project preparation facilities, creation of a mechanism, service delivery mechanism, focus on early stage and beyond early stage, and finally, the Pida quality level, which allows us to have a world-class type of label in implementing the Pida processes generally. So let me stop here and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mayaki. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my absolute pleasure to invite Madam Angelika Vasilka from the GIZ, and of course, thank her support to Pida, to also give her brief remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very, very happy to stand here this afternoon, especially also to contribute to gender equality on this panel, but also in the discussion of infrastructure development in Africa. And we've heard from Commissioner Abu Zaid how important this topic is for all of us. But first of all, let me congratulate Auda Nepat and Dr. Mayaki and his team with whom we are working since years for having established a fully operational project preparation instrument that advances regional infrastructure projects to strengthen economic integration in Africa. And as we heard from Dr. Mayaki, national project preparation is not easy, but we can do it. But regional is really a complex process, and I think it's a big achievement that we are talking right now about this instrument that has been established since so many years. So this instrument, the service delivery mechanism, or to use the picture of Dr. Mayaki, this big elephant of project preparation, has seen a lot of innovation and pragmatism to advance regional projects and leadership under the leadership of Auda Nepat. And also in future, the innovation will be the leading character for us to support further implementation. I would like to congratulate the Orange Senko River Commission, the East African Community, and the Central Corridor Transit and Transport Facilitation Agency for achieving the Pida quality label status by mobilizing funding or technical assistance via the SDM. As GIZ, on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Cooperation Development, BMZ, We have supporting the SDM and the other NEPAD team since inception in 2016, starting with ECOWAS and the Abidjan-Lagos corridor as the pilot projects. So it's already 6 years that we are working with the team on the SDM. Since then, we have, with the support of the BMZ, invested about 2 million euros in technical assistance to support SDM operations and project advisory to African Union member states and their priority infrastructure projects. What is important for us, and this is also a point of Dr. Mayaki, that this is clearly an African-driven and owned initiative that builds sustainable infrastructure on the continent. Going forward in the next 3 years, we will apply the SDM in a new form with some innovation, focusing on the Central Corridor countries under the theme or title Green Infrastructure Corridors for Intra-African Trade. What we will do is to diagnose, advise and certify projects to mobilize climate finance and develop infrastructure in a low carbon and climate resilient environment to basically match infrastructure development and the climate debate. The aim is to establish what we call a green track of SDM project, a pipeline of low carbon projects that are ready for green investment. We will support the project preparation in a way that the projects are aligned with criteria of climate funds and the criteria of DFIs. In our program, we will also work with micro, small and medium enterprises on the aspect of digitalization and infrastructure, which is also part of our innovation for the next 3 years. We as GIZ invite other partners to match BMZ's funding for this new phase of the support to Pida in broadening the SDM to the green track and obviously also to apply in the future the Pida quality label. We should work together to advance Africa's priority infrastructure project set by the EU member states under the leadership of African Union Commission and AUDANEPA, Dr. Mayaki and his team. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Madam Angelica. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support as well. At this point in time, I was well guided that we have Ibra Wahobu, who's the SDM manager, joining us from AUDANEPA, supporting Pida, is joining us virtually. I want to confirm that as well. Ibra, can you hear us? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Please confirm if you can hear me clearly.
A bit faint, but we can get that improved as you go along, please.
Thank you very much. Allow me to share my screen, please. Okay. Please advise if it's visible because I can't confirm from here. Hi, Laman, could you please advise if my screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible. It's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation will focus on providing an overview of the Pida service delivery mechanism. the project. And then in terms of value proposition, I think the CEO has clearly outlined the niche of the service delivery mechanism. We are responding to a necessity, if I would say, because no financiers or investors are putting resources to support countries for the early appraisal of projects, for example, development of term of reference or building consensus among member states or project definition. Now, in terms of the SDN journey, as you can see, it has been a long process that starts from the prioritization in developing the Pida as a continent blueprint for infrastructure, and then in 2014, the Dakar Financial Summit that provided guidance to establish innovative process and instruments to accelerate Pida implementation with focus on project preparation and private sector participation. That summit led to the adoption of the Dakar Agenda for Action in 2015, and that Agenda for Action is built around the creation of the service delivery mechanism. As you can see, after the important political process, the SPM technical process were completed in late 2017, beginning 2018, where we completed our advisory to ECOWAS on the development of the Abuja-Lagos Corridor Authority, and then we started advising LAPSET in East Africa. I think we gave ourselves a target. We want to shrink that 5 years to maximum 2 years. And I think particularly with the Kenya-Uganda National Highway, multinational expressway, this is an illustration. We started working on the project at its pre-feasibility stage in 2019, 2020, and by now, we are really happily announcing that the project has indeed secured funding for feasibility study. So within 2 years, and if we can replicate such exercise, I think the success will be even more. And more importantly, one of the advantage of the SCDN is that we leverage in a very limited resources to accelerate the project toward financial close. This is an illustration of our analysis. So you can see we have whenever we take a project, we have an idea of the strength of the project, the stage of maturity of the project, how much the project can cost, but also how much job the project can create and in which sector. Now, I would like to highlight quickly the three project profile, and I'm aware that I'm not going to try to be more Catholic than the Pope because we will have the project sponsors speaking. So certainly they will tell us more about the project and our collaboration. But the first project is the Kenya and Uganda segment of the East African community northern corridor, and one of the main challenges on that project, as I mentioned earlier, is defining the project, developing term of reference, and putting together information to mobilize funding for feasibility studies. We did work extensively with the Eastern African community, the Kenyan Highway Authority, and the Ugandan Road Authority to develop detailed studies, including traffic estimation on the expressway. And then we work again with the colleagues at regional and national level to submit the project for funding, and we have secured the funding. The next is a road that crosses Burundi, DRC, DR Congo, and Tanzania, Luberezi, Kamanyola, Bukavu Road. On this project, we supported the Central Corridor Transit Transport Facilitation Agency with term of reference and as well as briefing for bankability studies, and we help them to submit also project for funding to project operation facilities. And the last not the least is the Lesotho Botswana Water Transfer Project in Southern Africa, which is a very vital project for the region. We have worked over the almost a year on this project because we started from basic support in terms of developing term of reference or advisory in terms of job estimation or the optimal positioning of the project, as well as submission to the for project operation facility funding mobilization. Like I said, we have the project sponsor with us. Certainly when they will speak even better and more in-depth on exactly the status of these projects. This is the end. I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention, and I would like to hand over to you, dear moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibra. We appreciate, and I think we could follow the presentations even while you're still down south, and we thank you for that. I also want to appreciate the brief remarks we've had as well from Madam Angelica Vasilka, and of course His Excellency Dr. Mayaki as well, who's with us here at the front. So please give them a round of applause as we transition to the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you a procedure of how we'll do this, I'm going to call out the names of the three awardees. They're going to come through this side. I think, sorry, on my left. It's easier. We're going to position ourselves. I think the photographers can be positioned here. They will receive the awards from Dr. Mayaki, and after which they can take their seats, and after which I'm going to call them back for brief remarks. I'm told about 2.5 minutes, if I got that correctly. All right, so let's start. We are going to first award the Kenya-Uganda That's Expressway, and this was mentioned actually during the presentation by Ibra, so I'll not really delve into it. I'll just go straight to inviting on stage Dr. Kamagusha Kazaura, who's the Director of Infrastructure. That's at the East African Community. This is the sponsor of the Kenya-Uganda Multinational Expressway project. I think I'm going to ask you all to please get the ounce of energy you've gotten for this last bit to give him a round of applause. He's going to get an appreciation certificate from Dr. Mayaki. Sorry, allow me, Honorable Wafuko, because you're there, kindly, you'll please come up with the award, come all the way up, and then you can hand over the award to Honorable Wafuko, who will then give it to Dr. Kazaura. Okay, so you'll come right to the middle. Honorable Wafuko, right to the middle there, and you'll give the plaque and the certificate to Dr. Kazaura. Thank you very much. If you can kindly look at the cameras in front of you. I'm going to ask you to please take your masks down, if you don't mind. Yes, please. All right, that's the first award that we're giving. And of course, next is going to get a certificate as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kazaura, and also Honorable Fuko. Kazaura, I'm going to ask you to please occupy one of the seats, please, the front as well, because you'll be giving brief remarks after the end of this. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome. This is Mr. Lenka Thamai, who's Executive Secretary at the Orange Sengu River Commission. He's a sponsor of the Lesotho-Botswana Water Transfer Project. Come on, give him a round of applause. Cheer him on as well. Okay, you'll hand it over, and we'll have Madam Angelica Vasilka to give this award. Right in the middle there. Mr. Lenga, you can kindly, all right. Let's look at the cameras as well. Thank you very much. Next, we'll get a certificate as well. Mr. Lenka, thank you. Thank you as well. Thank you again, Madam Angelica as well. Last but not the least, we'll have Captain Diodon Dukandane. I hope I got that correctly. Yes, there you are, Captain. Karibu sana. To give the awards will be His Excellency Dr. Mayaki, who will be getting an award and a plaque. Shall we have that on stage, please? We'll start with the plaque. Captain, thank you. Thank you very much. Great cheer. Appreciate it. Next, we'll have the plaque. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and in the particular order of how you came in, I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to the awardees to give their remarks, and after which we'll do the close. So let's begin with Dr. Kazaura.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, CEO of Auda NEPAD, the representative of JICA, and the Cabinet Administrative Secretary. On behalf of, the distinguished representative of GIZ, distinguished participants. On behalf of the Secretary General of the East African Community, I wish to express our sincere appreciation for being awarded the Pida Quality Label for excellence in project preparation. The East African Community, I believe, is a pace setter in project preparation, and for over a period of 18 years, we have prepared bankability 7 multinational road projects. This success has been made possible by our unique structure, which harnesses the expertise of our partner states and the support of our policy organs. Needless to say, our partnership with key development partners, in particular the African Development Bank, has enabled the provision of financial support for the completion of these projects. Briefly, this project is among the high priority projects selected by our heads of state for acceleration implementation due to their strategic nature. It is the aspiration of the EAC to have expressways from the ports of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam to the interland destinations in order to facilitate internal and international trade. This project, as it's been explained, is part of the Northern Corridor and is located somewhere midway along the corridor, and the key features are that it commences from the lake port of Kisumu, crosses the busy Busia one-stop border posts, and passes through rich agricultural lands in Western Kenya and Eastern Uganda. And the traffic volumes are quite high, estimated at about 1,500 to 7,000 vehicles a day crossing the one-stop border post. So it's high time that there is capacity upgrade on this road. We wish to express our sincere thanks to Auda NEPAD for initiating dialogue with the EAC back in March 2020, which culminated in provision of some financing for early stage project preparation from GIZ. We are also very grateful to the NEPAD IPPF Oversight Committee, which met in February 2021 and agreed to include this project in the 2022 work plan and the AFDB board approval in November last year, which provided a grant for financing of this project. We wish to reaffirm our commitment to efficient implementation of the preparation phase of the project and look forward to downstream availability of support in construction. We look forward to further identifying similar projects with Auda NEPAD, which could also benefit from this SDM facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And next up, we will hear from Mr. Lenka Thamai.
Thank you very much, Facilitator, Your Excellency, CEO of NEPAD Auda, the distinguished delegate representative of GIZ, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are very grateful, first as ourselves in the Orange Simcoe River Commission, coming from the southern tip of Africa, and also probably because she is here on behalf of our immediate senior at the SADC, which is represented here by Mema Polao Mkwena. This project, going very briefly, is a flagship project within the Southern Africa region and within the space of transboundary water cooperation. Essentially, it's about harnessing water in the Kingdom of Lesotho and building a multi-purpose dam that will not only address supply gaps in domestic and community water supply, but will also address demands in irrigation and hydropower. It's a project that is going to stretch over a distance of 700 kilometers, supplying areas in the Kingdom of Lesotho, a conveyance route within the Republic of South Africa, but delivering a certain quantity to the Republic of South Africa. I mean, to the Republic of Botswana, my apologies. So we are really looking forward to this flagship demonstration of solidarity and regional integration within a river basin. The overall value of the project is between 2 billion and 3 billion US dollars. And fortunately, I have my colleague here who is working on the technical components, and he will be presenting a lot further on the project tomorrow. We are very grateful and thankful for the support we are receiving from various partners. I know that GIZ has been with the Orange Senku River Basin for a very long time, but as we stand here now, we have been working with our NEPAD to sharpen the understanding of this project and also to fundraise from the different funding windows within the African Development Bank. We are very happy to announce we have some support from the NEPAD IPPF and the African Water Facility, with which are windows within the African Development Bank. And we thank the NEPAD AUDA for helping us and the SDM for helping us navigate those windows. There are many other partners involved, but today allow me, Facilitator and Excellencies, to really highlight the countries themselves. They have really contributed very substantially, which has made my office able to establish an additional office, especially dedicated to this work of delivering this project. And we hope now more than ever that we will be able to deliver it. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thamai. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, we'll hear from Captain Diodon Dukandani.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Your Excellency, Dr. Mayaki, Chief Executive Officer for the AUDA NEPAD, Madam Angelica from GIZ, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm called Captain Dukundane, just as very simple. And I'm very privileged this afternoon to stand before you all at this very opportune time, and I'm happy that my presentation is there. I wasn't going to struggle because I have everything in here. And for people who would wish to know the Central Corridor, those are the flags in front of you. Tanzania, DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, and Uganda are the member states of the Central Corridor. And our organization has got the mandate to facilitate trade among the 5 member states. Our entry point being the Port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and this is a rather multimodal transport networks, including road networks, railway, ports, and other modes of transport. Now, we are working under a strategy anchored around a theory of change that we are making it happen, and this is enhancing market access. You would understand when you are a trade facilitator, we are here discussing about infrastructure, but for what? Infrastructure for trade. And we are very grateful for the support we have been receiving from our partners. I remember way back in 2016 when His Excellency Dr. Mayaki received me personally in his office in Midrand, South Africa. And it was exciting with NEPAD, our NEPAD team, the GIZ, and the NEPAD IPPF, how we started really a fresh discussion that we are celebrating, for which we are celebrating the results today. So if you can quickly move to I've got, I think, 3 slides. If the manipulator can make progress on the following slides. Okay, so while waiting for that to come, because we've been given a few minutes, the Central Corridor, just take your respective pens if you like numbers. I'm going to share with you some quick figures that will give you the picture of the Central Corridor. We are a region of 200 million people, 200 million consumers, with a combined GDP of 160 billion US dollars. Now, our entry point, which is the port of Dar es Salaam, is getting ready to handle 28 million tons per year. And the port has gone through an investment of close to $1 billion US dollars. Now, for us to move all this increasing cargo, we need not only a good road transport network, but also a solid railway transport network. And that's why our member states are heavily investing in standard gauge railway. And so far, the ongoing program was 10 billion US dollars. Now, from the port of Dar es Salaam, now going to the member states that are landlocked or land linked, we also have got a huge network of lake ports. And the ongoing investment on these ports now worth $1 billion US dollars. Now, the projects for which we are receiving a recognition now is a road project in the DRC because we advised the member state, and they are now getting ready to accommodate the increasing cargo traffic. Now, if you can see on that slide, just go back, please. I think that slide describes just our operating model. From the top left, that is the port of Dar es Salaam. Because the cargo is increasing now, countries are heavily investing in standard gauge railway, 10 billion US dollars. And when you move from Tanzania through Lake Tanganyika into DRC now, you will land into a port called Kalundu in DRC. And this is where the roads, Uvira Bukavu originates from. Now you can see the visit of the ministers there and our respective engagement with our NEPAD, IPPF, and other colleagues with GIZ, and this led actually to us being able to secure funding that are used to finance feasibility study. And if you can go to the last slide, this is just a picture showing that from fundraising for feasibility studies, what next? The way forward now, we have already started our discussions towards an investors conference. We were in DRC 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the authorities or officials we met, including the Speaker himself of the Senate, the Minister of Infrastructure, we started this thinking of saying, now that we have studies, how can we move to the next stage of project implementation? And we are really looking forward to this very successful journey, and we believe that in the upcoming Pida week, we will stand, if we have that opportunity, to give you a new story in terms of making change. So we are very appreciative, Your Excellency, Dr. Mayaki, Angelica from GIZ, and all colleagues here present. We thank everyone for making us laugh this day. When we started, it wasn't really quite sure, but I'm very happy today and excited and looking forward to changing the picture, the image of the Central Corridor. We are inviting investors as we are planning for this investment conference. We believe that in the very near future, we will secure the 200 million US dollars that are required to implement this project. And when before I finalize, I just wanted to share with you that we didn't go or take this journey only expecting support from outside. even our own budget, we, the Secretariat of the Central Corridor, has been involved into financing the preparation of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain. Well put as well. I think building up to what will be discussed tomorrow about financing and unlocking those opportunities for partnerships. We'd really appreciate, and congratulations to all our awardees at this point. We'll just throw it to Dr. Mayaki for a bit of closing remarks. Or you can actually, I feel certain to call you up, but at this point it's just basically to, congratulate the awardees as well, and also now to do the photo opportunity, which will be immediately after you congratulate the three.
All the participants have heard a lot of speeches. At one moment in time, the brain is tricky, so synapses tend to limit their capacity to their cognition capacity. But what is very important is one sentence. Each one of these projects has gone through a learning curve and has made success. And if you listen to not what they were saying, because it was very clear, but how they were expressing it, you feel a passion in it. And that passion is what drives really infrastructure implementation. So for what they did and for their passion, we need to congratulate them. Thank you. And evidently, partnership is very important. GIZ has been accompanying Auda Nepal for more than 10 years in infrastructure. Not only in infrastructure, in other domains. And for one single reason is that there is trust and we believe in what we do. So for that also, partnership has to be recognized and congratulated. So let me stop here and we leave our synapses to relax. Thank you. Okay.
And in that relaxation mode, I will now, ladies and gentlemen, want to draw to the end of this session, right at the entrance of the KICC. That's for those willing to go to the Nairobi Expressway project. And you mentioned that this was mentioned greatly during our speeches by our guests today, and also the Konza Technopolis. And no one will be allowed to actually attend these projects or actually visit without prior registration. We gather, of course, that you're here representing many countries as well, and you're required to present your COVID certificates or that, the antigen tests. So you'll also be required to, should you wish to get this test, you can actually get it right here at KICC so that your travel can be easily facilitated. Your swabs and IDs can be collected right at the entrance. So please, your registration desk is purely your information center, and please actually reach out to the team there for assistance. Thank you very much for day one of the 7th Pida week. My name is Laban Cliff. I've been your moderator. I wish you a successful event. Enjoy yourselves in Nairobi. And now I would want to declare this session closed, and of course for day one closed. We'll see you again tomorrow. And now I'm going to ask, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now my last request to Dr. Mayaki and the team as well is to just take a picture, and after which we'll exit the stage and we'll be good to go. Thank you very much to all of you, and you can all please give yourselves a round of applause for being with us until this time. Thank you. And to our online audience as well from Kenya and around the world, Karibuni Sana. We'll see you again tomorrow.